Hello there, everyone. Hope you are doing well. We are in kind of a busy night, especially out into Nebraska. Just some crazy shenanigans going on out there with some robust supercells. Just making sure I have everything lined up that I need before we start chatting here a little bit. Give me 1 second here. We'll pull up the stream, and I'll say if you have any questions, go ahead and type them in the box. If I see them, I'll try to answer them for you. Okay. So we are looking at large hail and some damaging wind out there to the west. Thanks for joining me on the broadcast, friends. Okay. Let's go to the radar picture, and I will show you what's up here. We'll do kind of a picture-in-picture, and we'll also have the warnings going and watches on the box immediately above me, and also the radar too. But we don't really have anything into the local 5 area at this point. So let's take a look. We do have a tornado-warned storm out here to the west. West of Omaha. This storm, this northern one, has had a history of producing up to baseball-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and there has been some questions, or at least a report showing a brief tornado, but with how much dust this activity is kicking up, it is quite conceivable that it was mistaken. It is a crazy strong supercell. There's another one down here just north of Lincoln that is also producing some large hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Right now, radar trends would suggest something close to 3. This northern storm with the tornado warning right now, very broad circulation at the moment. Continue to watch some of the chaser feeds out there, and it is quite literally walls of dust, but the few that are on this cell, I haven't seen any tornadoes coming out of it with it. So very broad in the circulation up here, Arlington to Kennard. This is really tight in on the radar site, so we get a decent look if there was actually something out there and on the ground. So this activity just is not into Iowa just yet. Our window of opportunity is going to open up here really shortly. We do have storms developing towards Ottawa and back into Monona County, west of Denison as well. So Crawford County is starting to see some of that rain just off to your west, but these are the 2 most robust storms at the moment. Also pulsing up some activity into northwestern Iowa as well. So you see that over the last hour really blossoming. And there's also very strong activity up into southern Minnesota as well. Let's go ahead and just take a look at things and how we're progressing up here. So yeah, there it is. Not warned at the moment. Well, let's check in and see if there's any hail cores that are popping up in this activity across southern Minnesota. And there's a couple that are in there, but that would be generally small hail. These storms are moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Then look at the large hail signatures being shown down here. I'll go ahead and sample a couple of these for you. It'll pop up on screen. You'll see the size. Estimating here from our radar 2 inches, and this one up here 1.5 inches. So just northwest of Omaha, that tornado warning cell is up to golf ball size hail, or ping pong ball, I should say, and this would be about the size of an egg, the long end of an egg, 2 inches in diameter just north of Lincoln. Very potent in the grand scheme of things when it comes down to it for the hail size. The southern end of these cells are just going to be robust. They're going to go bonkers on you, because we have a lot of energy. And I mentioned earlier this evening and in several of my posts, these aren't going to be widespread threats for everyone. This is going to be more pinpointed in nature on who is actually going to be seeing that threat. And at this point, it's lived up to that. There have been some gusts of wind out into Nebraska. Eventually these storms will elevate, but right now the best energy out there is most certainly out here into eastern Nebraska, where you really start to see those yellows pegging up on that scale. I want to show you the satellite picture, and this is a good view. You can really see out there how those storms are blossoming up over those tops shooting up, and they kind of bite the updraft a little bit. Initially they were moving to the north and east, and now they're kind of diving back to the south and east just a little bit. Now there is a cap over southern Iowa and southwestern Iowa, so we'll see how they interact with that. Typically they tend to move along with that edge of the cap, and so anything that tries to dive directly into it is going to have a hard time sustaining itself at the surface, and it's going to try to elevate, and that elevation is going to take away the tornado threat. I think that threat for tornadoes is going to be very brief in the grand scheme of things, and I'd say that window will close through about 9 o'clock, and there have been some signals that there have most definitely been some strong outflow winds from this, but one tornado report so far. If need be, once these storms get into the local 5 area, I will go ahead and show you some chasing streams as well if they have something worthy to show. But my fear is we're going to go so late into the night, it's going to be after dark before we get a decent view on this. So there was a brief tornado report here back into Nebraska, and it says may have occurred. There was a lot of dust, and this rear flank of the cell is just insanely potent, and it's kicking up a lot of dust. You may have seen I shared a couple of images on my page as well. So it's been kicking up a lot of dust in there. This tornado warning has gone away, and I'll show you one more time with the wind. The velocities, very strong outbound winds coming out of this one. So on that southern edge, as this storm is moving away, it's going to rush that wind out, this red here, if you will. This is that rear flank that's coming down out of the storm. And this blue is the inbound. So that's the activity that's moving to the north and to the east with time. So yeah, we're watching it. There it is. Okay, and that red is moving away. This was the circulation that was in there. All right. Let's go ahead and go back. Pretty quiet into Iowa thus far. There is a bit of activity up into southern Minnesota as well. We're trying to grow up into Monona County as well. These are some robust cells. Let me see what Weather Service, if they have some SBSs out on them. Give me 1 second here while I give a little bit of a switch to my feed. These storms are struggling to be surface-based, and I think that's kind of expected way up into the northern side. So the instability, the window, the area which are forming is kind of closing down on these storms. So yeah, we are seeing some stronger winds up here with this activity, but not quite up to the severe limits, and definitely no tornadic circulations like what we've seen down here into Nebraska. I'm going to go ahead and loop it. Let me get the chat back to Omaha just in case we have some softball-sized hail. Crazy. Lancaster County, so that would be Lincoln, that southern storm. This is softball-sized hail. That is insane. Let's take a look. That hail signature. Should we measure? It's only saying 1.5. Seems a little low. Well, I guess it is a delayed report, so that was about 15 minutes ago. Golf ball sized hail near that cell near Omaha. Yeah, it was a little bit robust 15 minutes or so ago. But yeah, I'd still say there's some big hail wrapped up in a couple of these cells. Some golf balls up here with this northwest Omaha cell. Adult palm-sized hail. Crazy. That's near Bennington. I'm not quite familiar with where Bennington is in Nebraska, but that's some potent hail. Crazy stuff. So we've been telling you there's some really big hail potential with this. In fact, some of the largest parameters that I've seen, the best ones I should say, since I've been down here in Iowa, and these storms are just starting to move into the state. They are generally going to weaken as they move eastward with time. Okay, so these cells are going to weaken a little bit as they do move eastward across Iowa. But we have several hours of that yet to go before, that actually does happen. 1 second here. So these two are rip-roaring. They're strong. Let me go ahead and loop them. You can see how they form. Initially, they were going north and east, especially that northern cell. And it's bitten the updraft and is starting to slip its way southwards just a little bit. So North Omaha, just missing Lincoln on the north side. And then I would say south side of Omaha too. Looks like the city proper may get a little bit of a squeeze play put on it. But that's just crazy. Two just rugged looking supercells. Not much else happening at the moment as far as in the state of Iowa. This is just a potent pair of thunderstorms out there. Should we go to the satellite picture before the sun goes down? There it is, those robust tops coming in. Yeah, big old hail too. Softball-sized hail. Yeah, apologies I can't zoom into these town names I'm listing out in Nebraska. I'm not too familiar. Outside of the major ones, I'm going to have a harder time really pulling those up. Another tornado warning out here now. That's the north side of the Omaha Metro. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity and see what it's saying here. Yeah, there's a nice vortex signature. Some good shearing now. Yep, I see it. That is a good signal. I don't see it on the CC. 1 second here. Yeah, I don't see anything on CC, but it is a robust, pinpointed figure. Let me see if I can get the right look on it here. Right there. See it? That is where, if there was a tornado, it would be right there. So that's a couple miles north of I-680 in eastern Nebraska. This is the most powerful storm right now, and I tell you, it's going to cut off that one to the south, I think, and continue to be the most robust. Should we see CC? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything to denote a debris ball or anything, but that's a very tight couplet in there in the north side of the Omaha Metro. So that's the threat right there. get a look at things, and the wind is going that way and that way. There's its circulation. Just east of 133 and north of 36, it looks like. Northeast of Bennington. There's Bennington. They said they had softball-sized hail. I believe it. One heck of a storm. There's the hail tracks. Take a look at this. That's climbing up into the orange. That is insane. 3 inches in diameter, suggested a history there. And on the south side, north of Lincoln, estimating 2.5, and getting a lot of reports up into the baseball, softball size. Reports of a funnel. Oh, we have a tornado on the ground. Yeah, can't show you the feed, but we most definitely do have a tornado on the ground. This is going to be with that Omaha cell. If it was in the area, I would most definitely take the stream and show you. But we got to live on a budget here. I'll get back to the radar picture. Oh yeah, that is a tornado. It's a rope tornado that's on the ground here with this pinpoint. Let's check out CC if there's any debris. I don't see it. I don't see anything yet. Maybe in the next radar scan we'll see something picked up. This is very close to the radar site here near Omaha. So high likelihood that we could pick it up, and we just did. Right there. That lowering, I'll go ahead and pinpoint that for you. That lowering is where the tornado is at the moment and is pushing to the east. North Omaha, just north of I-680. Let me see here. How fast is this one moving? East at 45. Let me pick up my tracking tool here, and we'll go ahead and put a track on it. And based on 45 miles per hour, I can't do it. I'm going to have to widen out the view. Just in case we have someone watching into western Iowa. And it's actually moving a bit to the south and east. So crossing the river, I'd say by about 7:05. Get into Crescent, 7:13. Underwood, 7:26, 7:33 in Trainer, 7:46 in Oakland should hold. Yeah, this one's still on the ground. It's pretty pinpointed. It's not a huge tornado, but it is on the ground and it is doing some damage. Lofting dirt. This is out in rural area at the moment. But it most certainly is a tornado that is on the ground. Small one, but it is. We'll have to watch and see. It has a favorable environment, the way things are right now. Nothing obscuring it, catching that inbound wind from the south and east. So it's free and clear. That wind right now is feeding into this system like this. And that other supercell to the south is not impeding it. In fact, I think this one up to the north, if it continues to bite south and east, would cut off that first one. Yeah, still looking at a debris ball. When I see the tornado, it's on the ground. Just huge hail, too. Same place. It's got to be eggs falling from the sky. Crazy. It's got to be eggs falling from the sky at the same place you have a tornado, and this chaser is very close to it, in fact. I wouldn't say too close, but it's got a great view of it, that's for sure. Just huge hail on it as well. Look at that hook. That's huge. Big, big, big. Well, nothing into the local 5 area just yet, but we're also not too far away. A couple of those cells up there just west of Denison, but the clear player here is definitely just north of Omaha. I still believe this one is going to be on the ground. Yep. Let's back it up and see. Yeah, you can see that debris ball become present here. Perhaps a little bit of one there as it crosses that 133 marker. And then more pronounced as it moves through 701 and 703. So that threat is right here. This is that area I'm talking about. That is where the threat is. I still see it. Yeah, there's still a debris ball. There's still a tornado. Yep, we got multiple chasers on it now. Yeah, it's still down. Looks like a stovepipe, a little bit larger than it was before. At least the top of the funnel is. It does kind of wash out a bit, the condensation funnel, but I can see the debris being kicked up, something fierce. Yeah, there it is. It's a good one. So north of Briggs, south of Nashville, let's back it up. This one is heading basically about east, maybe the slight little bit of a component to the south. If this one takes a left hook, that typically means it's occluding and it's going to be going away. That's typically a weakening phase associated with it. So we're watching. So far, all is quiet on the Iowa side as far as severe weather. So a couple of the warnings do get it there into Pottawatomie County, but this activity is still on the other side of the border. Yep, still have a tornado hanging down there. Still is hanging down. Yeah, so welcome to the stream. Hey, Carrie, thanks for joining me on my stream here tonight. Yeah, I think there's going to be some hail as it crosses over into Iowa, large hail. The history of softballs, this is crazy strong, really, in the grand scheme of things. That pinpointed area of circulation south of Nashville. I'm just looking at some of the reports here. A lot of them. A lot of hail reports specifically. Okay. Yep, large hail. The most recent report of hail is 2 inches in diameter near Blair. And this tornado is still on the ground. I can still see the funnel. I can't quite see the bottom of it, but I still see the funnel. Yeah, things are definitely ripping out there into Nebraska. It has just been a crazy, crazy evening so far with the severe weather that's going out into Nebraska. And I don't mean it on a widespread level. I just mean there's large hail, very potent hail coming in with this. Anytime you're talking softballs, it's legit. It is the most legit you can have. Beautiful mammatus coming through. I think this one is still on the ground, though I'm not 100% sure with the feed at the moment. We do have the radar picture still showing us that couplet there near Nashville. And let's go back to the CC. See if we get an updated image. Yeah, it's still there. Right on that south side. It's kind of washing out. It just got an updated image. So hope that trend is going. And I don't think it's currently on the ground anymore. I still see the wall cloud that's coming through. It's kind of a wide shot, difficult to see. But I don't think this one is still on the ground, and that would correlate nicely with the CC that has started getting back up out of the blue range. Definitely was on the ground for, I'd say, about 5 miles or so. That is just massive. I apologize. I am going to redraw that. But we are going to take a look and see. We're going to take a look and see if we can find the hail core, maybe what level it's showing up at in this one. Well, give me 1 second here. That wasn't quite the color table I wanted to pop in. See if I can get the right one here. I swear I had one of these color tables saved. Storm tops are getting up there north of 40,000 feet. That's going to be difficult for me to change here without really dumping out of the stream. So we'll just clear that off. I wanted to take a look and see what levels that hail was in, but just a little too difficult. I don't think my computer here carried over my settings from another one. This is warned, though, for hail size 2.75 inches in diameter. So that gets us up to baseball. I believe that's the baseball classification that's on this. That's just huge. That is just massive, massive hail. So this one's crossing over into Iowa. If it continues to hold, it'll get into the local 5 area and get into Cass County out towards Atlantic. Yeah, this is a robust supercell at the moment. So Cass County, be on alert. Still a ways to go, but this one is packing some heat. It's coming right down I-80 with you. Has a history of a tornado too, though I don't think we currently have one on the ground at the moment. I don't think so, based on the feeds that I'm watching. We do have a distinct funnel again. Let me see here. Yeah, this one might be back on the ground. So this is crossing over into Iowa. And we're going to have to get our chasers to cross over into Iowa as well, and that's difficult when you're talking a major body of water. The Missouri River, not too many crossings in there, so a lot are going to have to dip south and go across there on I-680. Let's go check out the debris detection. Yeah, it's back. That dark blue right here. And the storm relative velocity still have this pinpointed area right here. So the green is heading towards the radar site, just like this, and the red is going away. That is your circulation. Just like that. So the circulation is right there. It was most definitely more potent earlier. You can see definitely those stronger signals showing up. I'm just going to go ahead and measure this just because I want to see what the gate-to-gate shear was on this. Gate-to-gate was 106, and that's going to be measured fairly low to the ground. We are talking that radar site that is only 18 miles away. So we can't be talking more than 1,500 feet above the ground here. That was about 10 minutes ago now, and we definitely washed things out a bit, didn't we? Just a touch. Here's that area we're watching for the rotation. Doesn't look like anything is currently down unless we are... Yeah, I don't believe anything is currently down, but still kicking up just a ton of dust out there. Potent cells, and they're coming in from the west. I don't think we have anything severe up here in Minnesota, no, but we are starting to fill in just a little bit north of Storm Lake, south of Spencer. There's a little cell there. And then 2 supercells. Oh, we have a confirmed tornado. Down here east of Lincoln as well. Let's go ahead and go in on the debris detection, see if we can see it. I don't see anything that is a clear indicator that it is down right now. I don't see it in the past. Let's go to the velocity. Yeah, but I see it. There's a lot of dust being kicked up on that northern cell and the southern one as well. Barren fields, they just go with dust storms going everywhere. That's what happens with them. Let's see if we can see that circulation. It's tough to see. This one is much further at a distance from the radar, but I'd be watching for that circulation right here and translating its way eastward with time. Let me see here for a second. Radar is also estimating 4-inch diameter hail with this southern system, with a recent report of baseball-sized hail out of it. Oofta, friends. That'd lead to a bad day real quick. So a couple of cells right now that are tornado warned as they cross into Iowa. And let's see here. At about 45 miles per hour, let's just see what we're talking here. So we're talking about pulling it into Cass County within the next 45, 50 minutes or so if it continues to hold. tornado has been confirmed with this one. Give me 1 second. I just need to make sure that our crawl is ready to go. There we go. So yeah, about 45 minutes away from getting into Cass County. If you're north of Council Bluffs, north side, need to seek shelter. If you're on down the line, and this one continues to hold, we'd be looking for Oakland as well. The Underwood area, larger community in there. I'm struggling to really see the best circulation as it pertains to this one on the velocity at the moment. Is it this northern couplet still? That's the old one, and it's occluded. Remember a few minutes ago I said how if it curves left, it's occluding, and that signals the end of it. Well, I think it's gone away, so now we turn to watching the southern side coming through just east of I-29 towards Crescent. This would be where the area biggest threat is at the moment. Trying to curl up here a little bit. Right over Crescent, that's where we'd be watching for it. Getting my best tools out here to use. Just making sure they're in the best order. But yeah, so this is the area of the storm that's rushing out, and this is the area that's rushing in. So we'd look for the circulation here on that little tail, the hook echo, if you will, that is out there. And it's moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. Getting busy out here, that is for sure. Definitely is getting busy out and about. Okay. Taking a look at the southern cell, once again, let's check out the velocity. Yeah, there by Murdoch, I would say. A little south towards Elmwood. This would be that area to watch, for sure. That hook coming down, the wind rushing out like this, up to the north inside that little void that is in place. One second here. There still is a tornado on the ground. This is going to be that southern cell east of Lincoln. Yeah, it's still down. Good stuff as far as video content to watch. It is definitely not good when you're talking about people being impacted by this. Radar indicated tornado now for that northern cell and pulling it very close to Cass County. I'm going to go off the mic here real quick. I'll be back in just a minute. I just want to make sure we rally the troops here and get set for what we need to do. Stand by here, friends, and I will be right back. All right, friends, I'm back. Just had to make sure the crew is all ready to go, because if this tornado warning gets extended one more time, we're going to have to go into coverage on Local 5. So we're going to keep tracking on that for you. so far, it doesn't look like we have anything down on the ground at the moment. Certainly has been some tornadoes that we've seen, though. This most potent one is right now over Pottawatomie County, and that's expected to move in here shortly. This one down to the south, it's going to have a harder go of it just because it's going to be running more into a stout cap. So we'll see how that progresses. We'll see how that progresses as we continue on. Let me go ahead and show you that cap. This is denoted by the blue, and it's still loading in the data. See that cap that is out ahead of it right here. So the darker the blue, this is more cap that is in place. Okay, but right immediately up with these thunderstorms, it's still a little bit open. So that means that the surface is still open to develop on. I think this begins to close by about 9 o'clock. We're going to watch for this window of opportunity now on our western edge for seeing the most robust storms at the moment. Still saying a confirmed tornado down on the ground with the southern cell as it moves east of Lincoln and south. Yeah, there's a strong outbound wind with that I'm watching. Yeah, this is a potent thunderstorm. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocities and see if we still have something down here on the ground. It's quite possible. Strong outbound here. So this is what happens. The wind is rushing out and down out of that thunderstorm. We don't need to see any more tornadoes in this area. Of course, we had Minden hit by a tornado last year, about this same time. It was the end of April. So that's not good. We definitely want to avoid that. Right now, the area of circulation here would be just south of Underwood. The original circulation that we were tracking has since occluded and gone away. This would be that area we're watching. So green denotes the wind is going towards the radar. Yeah, the old circulation. And you see back into Nebraska, south of Fort Calhoun, that tight pinpoint, watch it kind of swing up to the north, and now we're watching new circulations trying to form. So you can see, boop, and then this red is the part that's denoting away. So just north of Highway 6, it is moving to the east, south and east a little bit. If it's going south and east, that means things are strengthening up on us. Really good wall cloud on that southern storm. Let me see here who's on what storm. Okay. We've got Ryan Hall on the northern one. Freddie McKinney, he is, looks like traveling to catch up. Okay, and we got to get that one refreshed. Ryan Shaw is on the southern one, and Chelsea Dahman is on the southern one as well. So we'll definitely be watching Jordan Hall as he's on the northern side of things at the moment. Oh, looks like we have a couple we need to keep a close eye on for you. These two storms, they are potent at the moment. Starting to get a little more pinpointed here. That's a concern. Yeah, there are literal baseballs falling from the sky. Baseball-sized hail in Underwood, so just north of this circulation. Here's the circulation. just like that. It's moving to the east at 45, I believe. Let me get that up. It is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour, so it has slowed just a touch. Let me go ahead and update my tracker to that number just so I don't forget. But there's that circulation from McClelland. Tornado near you, you need to be seeking shelter. And so this is moving to the east, and I'd say a little bit of a southeastern component. If you're in Oakland, you need to be seeking shelter for a possible tornado. Looks like this one is trying to strengthen up on us a bit. It's trying to strengthen up on us a little bit here, friends. So, yeah, we really need to watch this one. It'll be near Oakland by about 8:01, and this will get into Local 5 area in Griswold by about 8:25 should it continue to hold its own. Right now, this is it when it comes down to the severe thunderstorms at the moment, unless something has popped up that I haven't seen. Nope, that's what we're looking at. So we're ditching the severe thunderstorm warning, just kind of lumping it into both. The hail size there, 2.75 inches, that's up to baseball-sized hail, I believe. 2.5 is tennis ball, and we've seen baseballs from Underwood. Radar indicated tornado at the moment with this. Baseball-sized hail in Weston. Okay. Still got some more coming in, huh? More baseballs falling from the sky. These are very potent thunderstorms. Very potent thunderstorms. So I have the debris detection up here. I'm tracking this for you, looking for those darker blues to pop out. And even on this, you can see the rotation. That's the hook echo, and this is the void of the updraft, that warm and modestly moist air. It's not anything too significant but today, but it's enough to get the job done. To the velocity picture, have an update on the CC. We'll see if this gets a fresh update in here. It's still in there. That peaking there is just to the southwest of McClelland. McClelland needs to be seeking shelter for possible tornado. Radar indicated. Let's go back down to the south, see if we can see significant returns. Let me catch my bearings here and pull the level 2 back up. Yep. So south of Manly, north of Weeping Water. This is now radar indicated as well. 2 supercells. 2 supercells on us tonight. You can take a look at the lightning often to get you an indicator on just how severe a storm is, and you can really see it's just crazy how much in a tightly compact area. 269 strikes, and I believe that's in the last 5 minutes of info that we get this, so that's a lot coming in. 320 with that southern cell. A lot of lightning. There have been a lot of studies that show that the increase in uptick in lightning denotes an increase in intensity with the thunderstorms, and you can watch the cloud tops too. Let's see if I can pull those up. I need to find the eco tops is what we call it. I just need to find that parameter here before I cut to it. There it is. We'll see how high these cloud tops are getting. So it takes a second for the data to come in here. And close to the radar site, you can't always trust this, but I think we're just far enough away. We're hitting up towards 50,000 feet. And let's take a look at how it's been over the last, well, we come out of the radar site, but it's been consistently up there around 50,000 feet. So once we get to that yellow shading, we start getting north of 45, I believe. Yep. And so 50,000 we've been punching up to at times as well. A couple of radar indicated tornadoes, baseball-sized hail, McClellan. We have gone back to now this is still radar indicated on the south. 2-inch diameter hail there and 2.75 inches with a diameter hail out of this top one. And we've been hitting that number pretty consistently. Okay, fresh update of the data. Got kind of murky in there, didn't it? Let me go over to regular velocity, take off the storm relative. It's kind of muddy and messy in there, but we're watching this vicinity through McClelland and just to the south. That's where it's the most intense. Hey, just for you up in the booth, if we do go on air, I'll start at the Weather Center shot, and then I'll come over here and sit down if we do it. Now confirmed down here. Yeah, it did just update. So there's still a tornado on the ground here with the southernmost cell. Come on, sample the pink. I want the details on the pink. It's not going to give it to me. We'll do it the old school way. Till 8 o'clock, it is observed. Yep, it is observed down there. So let's get over here and check out the velocity once again. Green towards, red away. So we're looking right here. That's where that one is. This has really gotten lost in the translation of it all. I'm going to throw up the reflectivity, see if we can get our bearings. So yeah, just south of McClelland is where the threat currently is, but I'm struggling to see the velocity signals any longer on it. There's still some muddiness that is being felt on this. Some murkiness in the data, if you will. Some rotation there. That'd be that southern cell though, so I'm sure there's a lot of chasers out there along I-80 tonight, keeping an eye on things. And if need be, I'll pull one up, but this does end up costing us money to share these rights, so I don't want to do it when it's outside of the area. Yeah, that southern one, it has a tornado on the ground. Ryan Scholl's feed has it. It's really disorganized, but it is on the ground. All right, 35 miles per hour. Oh, good, we can get it in the window. So Oakland would be near you at 8:05, and Griswold about 8:30. Atlantic, should it hold, you'd probably be in the hail a little bit earlier than this by 8:40, but two powerful supercells. And we've kind of built this all along that it's not going to be an entire line of storms. This is more pinpointed in nature. If you remember back the end of last month, or was it the early stages of this month? I forget. I think it was end of March. We had more kind of a widespread line that produced damaging wind. This is not that kind of a scenario for us today. It's just not. It's tornado warning until 8 o'clock. I'm going to loop it. I'm going to loop the last hour. It's taking that right-hand jaunt. You can kind of see that. Let me slow it. Right hand movements means it's biting the updraft. Yeah, I'm not convinced that that is a tornado on that southern storm. I'm just not. A lot of outflow being shown in the video feeds. I'd hesitate to say, it's still on the ground based on what I'm seeing on the video feeds, but either way, there is still that signal for it. It's much potent of a signal with this southern supercell at the moment. We have that outflow kind of rushing out here and then coming back in right here. So as I translate back to the reflectivity, look in that same general area, you'll see that. So kind of two hooks at the moment, actually. One on the back side and one in here. This front one will try to occlude, and the second one will try to redevelop. Storm split, maybe? Oh, we'll see. Time will tell. Usually when we see storm splits, that rightmost one just develops. So we'll watch that one. We'll watch it. Okay, let me get back up into Iowa. Green towards red away, right? So this is the area we're watching. This would be what I'd consider broad circulation at the moment. There was something more pinpointed here southwest of McClelland earlier, but it's kind of gone away, and now everything is more broad here at the moment. We'll check out the shear. Specifically, I'll pull up the tracks so we can get that up. Not a ton of wind reports, actually, and eventually as time goes on, that should really go away, but this northern supercell does have a history of producing some 80-mile-per-hour winds, but it has been some time since that happened. I'm talking a couple hours ago. There is some modest little bits of shear detection being noted. Definitely down there by Manly. Looks the most robust at the moment. So we have the watches and warnings also showing on the screen just above my box. The yellow denotes a tornado watch. The pink denotes a severe thunderstorm watch. The tornado watch lasts until midnight, and the severe thunderstorm watch lasts until 10 o'clock. And we'll likely see a severe thunderstorm warning watch, maybe even a tornado watch, extend its way further to the east. If these storms can stay surface-based, may be able just to get it done, but I'm not so sure at the moment that we're able to do that. We should be fairly well capped here eventually. Our tornado window, I think, closes by about 9, so if we do have to go into tornado coverage on air, on local 5, we'll do that. Hopefully it's short-lived. Hopefully it's short-lived. Latest on the shear detection, just one itty-bitty little speck west of McClelland. It's been trending the right way if you don't want a tornado warning. Let's just say that. So that's good. Broad circulation there. But still, there is some really nasty hail. Let's show you the hail tracks once again. Just brutal hail. Near McClelland, baseball-sized hail. Law enforcement 3 miles northwest of McClelland. 2 miles north of McClelland, baseball-sized hail. 4 miles southwest of Underwood. Just huge hail. And I don't even think this is doing us justice. with the estimated amounts. I think it's too low. Either that or it's all fallen out. But in those deep dark pinks, yeah, it's suggesting something that's really low on us today. So, yeah, look at that hail streak coming through there. That is potent. That is potent. Tornado warning is still in play through 8 o'clock, but I don't think this one gets reissued the way things sit right now. What we will see come out is a severe thunderstorm warning. That gets you right up to the Cass County line here. Just came out. You see the threat levels here, hail size, baseball size. Threat is destructive, and it has been observed. So what we're looking at here on this 4-inch, that's softball-sized hail. McClelland is the report out of this. So this one is moving east. It's only 25. It's slowed down. It has slowed down significantly. And so let's go from that hail core right there. So that hail core, in Oakland, I'd include you on this as well. You can clearly see you were just outside of the bounds here. So this would be near Hancock at 8:09, Lewis at 8:45, and this is just right outside Atlantic as well, about that exact same time. So that's the new warning that's coming out. Go ahead and keep the warning up on screen. I want to pull out the radar with LSRs on it. Level 2 reports. There we are. Because I want to show you these hail reports that are coming in. Just huge, huge hail. So this is 4-inch diameter hail. That is softball-sized hail. So you're talking, the size of my palm right here falling from the sky. Now, normally we don't think of hail as being kind of a significant danger to life. A nuisance, yes. Some property damage, yes. But 4-inch diameter hail, that becomes very dangerous. Not only for property, but for you to be out in it. So if you know one out here, anywhere in eastern Pottawatomie County, things are very serious here, especially when it comes to that hail. Very serious as this one moves to the east. Still some broad rotation along with it. The southern cell, broad rotation as well at this juncture. Very broad, in fact. I don't see any chasers with any tornadoes down on the ground at the moment. I do see some lowerings to watch with the southern one. History of tornadoes, both of these. Both of them. And I do believe we had on screen on the Iowa side with this northern supercell of one being down on the ground. Pink denotes confirmed, and on the ground, though, this has been some time since we've had this issued. It was at 7:39, so we're running close to 15 minutes now on it. Our biggest interest is going to be on the northern one, just because it gets into our area first. Go back to the velocity picture. Pretty tight inbound right here. Weak outbound at this stage. A little bit better in between there. It was a little bit more compact east of McClelland. If you're in Oakland, need to be in your safe spot. 1 second here while I text a friend that is out there. Okay. Yep, there is definitely some rotation in there. Pull up the shear tracks. Takes a second for them to load. There they are. It's trying. So this is a history. It's basically the record book of the thunderstorm, and we can back it up. And you can see it has a history of some strong shear. Right now it's not at its most potent, but there is definitely something there that is keeping me on my toes that we're going to keep a close eye on. Yeah, it is rotating in there. Down in the south, that southern one, still quite broad at the moment, and no new reports coming in. Okay, just going to check and see where our chasers are. Yep. Okay, so Jordan Hall is on that southern one, or sorry, northern one. Okay. Okay. I think I'm pretty sure Willard Sharp is on the northern one as well, but we're having troubles with some streams here. You get out in some rural areas, these streams have a harder time to be able to be seen. Just the signal, you lose it. Yeah, I got a good look on that southern one. Good look on that southern storm. There's no tornado down on it right now. No tornado down on it right now, but there's certainly a heck of a lowering wall cloud. There is a wall cloud with this one moving in. They extended it, though, into southwest Iowa with a confirmed tornado. So there must still be something down there on the ground. It's just at a far vantage point. It's not a huge tornado, I guess, is what we'll say. We'll see if this gets extended into Iowa, or into the local 5 area, pardon me. But yeah, we do have some broad rotation here overhead. Just north of Highway 6. Possibility of, I'd say, some 60 mile per hour winds coming in. Let's go ahead and sample this. Keep in mind this is actually up into the clouds. It's measuring 53. Comes rushing down. You get in a rain shaft. It can accelerate as you go down. This is trying to tighten up just a little bit, folks. Has me a bit concerned. Let's see what Des Moines is planning on doing with this. No chatter just yet, but we'll keep an eye on it. No doubt. More baseball-sized tail out of southeast Nebraska. Cass County, Nebraska Emergency Management. Tornado is on the ground still, so that's that southern one. Yep, that is that southern cell. They say a tornado is still on the ground down here, though it is really difficult to see exactly where. It'd be right here in this general vicinity, I would say. It would probably be the area of interest. Pull up the warnings here. Yep. So that's that tail. This is a cell split. This is turning into a cell split. So what's happening here is this northern storm is being shed off. The southern one typically takes a little bit of a right hook movement when you see a cell split, and it becomes the dominant one. You can already see the clear dominance in the hail shaft here versus what's happening further upstream. 1 second. Okay. All right, so radar indicated tornado just to the west of Cass County. Just to the west here. And this is in play through 8:45. Certainly has slowed up. It was once moving at about 45 miles per hour. Now we're looking at 25. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 6 miles to the northeast of Trainer, or 16 miles east of Council Bluffs, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Oakland is a decent-sized community here. Need to be prepared for this, 25 miles per hour. And this will get it to Atlantic by the top of the next hour, in fact. Okay. So you see those estimated times of arrival, 8:13, getting it in to Oakland. Just checking in on some of the observations. Any new reports coming in? Radar is estimating 1 3/4 inch diameter hail with this cell as well. And that is juxtaposed just a touch off to the north. So right here. If you're in Oakland, you need to be seeking shelter away from windows, low level interior room. Basement is preferred. If you don't have a basement, find a closet or a bathroom that you can seek shelter in. We got definitely a wall cloud. There's definitely a lowering on this cell, but I'm not convinced there's anything on the ground just yet. Are watching storm chaser feeds out of this, but it's just to the west of Cass County. Cass County, Nebraska does have a tornado warning right now. This is confirmed down there, confirmed tornado. No, I'm not seeing anything on the feeds at the moment. You in the booth, keep an eye on Jordan Hall's feed, please. If we do get this one into the area, we may have to take it. I don't see any CC drops, debris detection there, but you can clearly see that hook wrapping around. Let me back things up here. I don't think that's it either. I don't think I see anything that would denote a debris ball, but we definitely have the strong rotation. It is still fairly broad, but it is stronger now, especially the inbound. Over about a 4 mile difference, we're looking at, let's see, let's sample these. 56 there, and this is not going to be more than like 15 or 20. So about a 70 mile per hour rotational velocity over a 4 mile window. And all it takes is that one minuscule little opening to be able to spin something up. So that's what we're watching here. Let me clear that off the screen. If you're in Oakland, you need to be in your safe spot. And you're going to have some large hail too, just on the north side of town. Let's take a look at the future hail in the next 30 minutes as this loads in. So let's go out the next 30 minutes, shall we? There you see it. That yellow streak is something north of 1 inch. I think we're underestimating here based on the history that we've seen with this too. It is a little bit less at the moment, but it has a history of softball-sized hail. Softball-sized hail coming in with this one. Tornado warning until 8:45 there for eastern Pottawatomie County. 2 supercells, very potent supercells we're watching out of this. Continuing to keep a track on things, the southern cell did move into radar indicated mode, so that is good. I do see the rotation down there. There's actually 2 little areas to watch. It's Going to be riding right along that Fremont and Mills County line. Let me move that over here so I can quick reference that. Oakland looks the most robust when it comes down to the velocities at the moment as far as their proximity and orientation to each other. It is at a distance, mind you, but we do have that rotation in there, right there. So right over Oakland, safe place, please. Watching the feeds. Watching those feeds. Whoa, stay up there. I do have a distinct wall cloud with that. I do have a distinct wall cloud with it, but I don't see the lowering, so that's good news. Good news out of that. Hopefully it stays that way, but there is that rotation there, and this is moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So Atlantic as well. I mean, you're right on the edge of this. You'd probably be more lined up for the significant hail, but it's possible it is significant here. All right, so this is getting close to decision-making time for the Local 5 area. We don't currently have any warnings in place for our areas. You've seen scrolling by in the top box there, but once this one gets into Cass County, we do start to get into that territory. And we'll be here with you until I deem there's not a threat, but if there's ever a tornado warning that I believe there is a significant threat, I'm going to stay on with you with it. Did the southern one go back to confirmed? We'll see what happens with that. I have another source here just off screen that I also use as well. And it turned back to that pink. But the tag doesn't quite say it just yet. Unfortunately, it's starting to get dark. We are past sunset now. We are past sunset, so we don't have a whole heck of a lot of light left in us. But we're going to use it to our full advantage, at least at this stage. There is nothing else of interest. Well, we do have some rain into the Local 5 area, Carroll down through Audubon, and some general rumbles of thunder. I'll go ahead and put the lightning on there. Those aren't severe thunderstorms. Up into Minnesota, it's quite loud, but these are all elevated in individual cells. These are two supercells. They've been powerful, powerful storms. Powerful storms overall. Yeah, there's a lowering right over Oakland, pushing to the east. Oh yeah, it's significant lowering. Just north of town, it appears, is where, it's tough to say. I'm not sure what orientation he's driving at the moment, to be honest. Let's go and show you the velocity and take a peek where it is. Yeah, it's just north. So the area of interest here is just north of town, the lowering associated with this. All right. All right. We're tracking this for you, friends. Storms are starting to knock on the door, that is for sure. Knocking on the door. So we're watching right over Oakland right now. Stay in your safe places, please. And we're going to continue to track as this one pulls into Cass County, Iowa. And we're going to keep it right here. I'm going to be streaming with you as well as simultaneous on air. If this warning continues to get extended, we may have to do periodic cut-ins if we're talking severe thunderstorm warnings being extended. But as of right now, this is what we have, and we're warned here. Let me get the auto query up. We are warned for baseball-sized hail as well, so that's just north of Oakland at the moment. That is where the worst of the conditions are. Watching the cell from the northern side, it appears. From behind it a little bit, Matthew Capucci, a good shot. But I'm not seeing anything definitive there. It is really dark under this cell, and to the point it makes me think it's night until I see some of the other feeds that are still up there, and it's bright. Yeah, still fast rotation, but broad. Oakland and points northwards. This is a radar indicated tornado. Same with this one down to the south here. 2-inch diameter hail associated with it. Yeah, that's on the Mills and Fremont County line with that threat. Let's see here. 1 second. Okay, just reading in some updates here. Some of the stuff coming in via the National Weather Service. Golf ball size hail near Hancock, Iowa. That's actually in Pottawatomie County. Don't confuse that for the county, Hancock County. Looking at the reports, funnel cloud. That's the Pottawatomie storm. That was about 10 minutes ago. There was a funnel cloud. So there's still some reports coming in here. Large hail, and there we have it. We have Cass County. Now looking at a severe thunderstorm warning, hail size up to golf ball size. That is what we're looking at. Yeah. We started talking about tennis ball sized hail, 2 1/4 inches, and baseball sized hail, 2 3/4. All right. I'm at least going to ready here for, I believe, a quick cut in. 1 second. If those of you in the booth, you want to get ready for a quick cut-in, and we will go ahead and do one. We will keep this brief for on air. We'll keep the stream going for a little while. Beyond that, we're not going to kill the stream. We are going to jump on air with the broadcast, so hang with me, those of you on the stream, and we'll be right back. We'll get set up here, and yeah, we'll do a quick update here, a quick synopsis of what's going on for our viewers on air as well. And I'll be ready when you are, friends in the booth, and we can go. Ooh, give me 1 second here. And just make sure, ooh, that's really wrapped up. Just make sure that we have that Jordan Hall feed ready in case we want to use it. Give me 2 seconds. Just want to see how long this warning was for, until 9:15. The new one over Cass. I want to get my streams revved up. And Yeah, I tell you, some of these chasers are getting into some territory that's not good on cell service. Okay. Let's go ahead and go with it. Yeah. Hi there, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, tracking severe thunderstorms as they work their way into western Iowa. We do have a couple of very potent severe thunderstorms pushing in. Let's go ahead and take a look. On the radar picture, we'll show you these two storms in question, and we'll get a look at where they're going. A newly issued severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County. That is the reason why we are joining you here on Local 5 for tonight, is for that severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Cass County. This goes until 9:15. You will also see a couple of severe tornado warnings associated with this as well. But first, the details on that severe thunderstorm warning does include places like Atlantic, down through Griswold, Messina, and Anita, and this lasts until 9:15. The two storms crossing in out of Nebraska have a history of producing tornadoes. I believe that window is going to last until about 9 o'clock or so before these storms tend to elevate in nature. But right over Oakland, pushing just to the east, tornado warning is in place through 8:45. So we're going to be tracking this one for you. It does have a history of producing a tornado, and there's actually some pretty strong, though broad, rotation associated with this. So taking a look, you can see the reds denoting the outbound radar going out from the Omaha Council Bluffs area. The green is the return. We'll just go ahead and measure this for you. 62 miles per hour, and you can think of those in absolutes, and then 23 miles per hour. For 85 miles per hour, kind of going over about a 4-mile difference. We have seen some lowerings with this cell. I've been tracking it for you, but there's also some very large hail, and this cell in particular, and not too long ago, back into Pottawatomie County, has a history of 4-inch diameter hail coming in. I'm just going to sample one of these for you. This is huge, and as you look at my screen here in the corner, that's about the size of the palm of my hand. And normally we don't associate this size of hail being a big issue, or we don't normally associate hail, even severe hail, being a big sort of issue when it comes to a threat on life. But 4-inch ice chunks falling from the ground will do just that. Certainly some significant property damage. A recent hail report coming in. This is golf ball sized hail from Hancock. That's in eastern Pottawatomie County, not to be confused with Hancock County, Iowa. Now, the storm is moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So you see some of the communities' estimated times of arrival. This would be for the circulation. This severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado tag associated with it, but it'll be near Lewis by 8:47. and Cumberland by 9:15. Atlantic, you're just outside the bounds of that box, but the biggest hail core, certainly you are going to be having to deal with that as well. So to the east at 25 miles per hour, this is going to put that hail core near you by about 9:52, and Wyoda by 9:07 or so. So this has a history of extremely large hail. It's pushing east at 25 miles per hour. I'm going to continue to track the situation here for you very closely in the Local 5 Weather Center as we continue on. Severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County, and that goes until 9:15. Some very large hail possible with this system. I'll be tracking it here behind the scenes and bring you updates here on Local 5. We're continuing the stream online, we'reiowa.com, We're Iowa Plus, or our mobile app. You can also catch us as well. So if you want to continue to see coverage there, join us on those streams. For now, we'll get you back to programming. All right, my friends, I am still here with you on the stream. It is getting dark out there, friends. Should we get you a look via our tower cam? Let's do that. Let's throw up the third box on here. This is looking west from West Des Moines. It's a long ways out. Long ways out. But this cell is riding basically right along I-80, points to the south. Areas of circulation on both of these systems. You also see severe thunderstorm warning that's extended out into Montgomery County as well. If that one continues to hold, that will get into Adams County and also Taylor County. We'll have to watch for that. But this cell, just want to take a look at the velocity signal. I haven't, yeah, that's some tighter, excuse me, not tighter, stronger rotation intertwined in there. Okay, this is some broad but strong circulation. We actually have a TVS noted. It's a tornado vortex signature. It is stronger aloft, but the shear parameters are starting to jump off, and I may not have that on the latest scan here. But they're strengthening to the east of Oakland just a little bit. And you can see that. So wasn't quite as strong. Now it's starting to show some signs that this one wants to liven up. We'll see. If we get a tornado warning, we'll have to jump back on air as well to continue coverage on this. But there's certainly some rotation. And now, previously it's been kind of rotating the strongest, 4 miles. It's down to under 3 now. The circulations right here, I'm going to go ahead and say Griswold, Lewis, Atlantic. You can seek shelter. This severe thunderstorm warning already has a tornado tag associated with it, and we're watching the circulation. It has a history of producing at least 2 tornadoes. There was one on the Iowa side back towards the Missouri River, and then others back, at least reports, back into Nebraska, just north of Omaha. Try to keep it on the Omaha radar if I can. Let me pull up. Just like that, the scan got a little bit weaker on the velocity signal. Any hail tucked away in here? Yeah, I believe there is. We have golf ball sized hail in there as well. One second here. Yeah. There's definitely some hail in there. It's hitting high too. So let me see if I can tilt the earth. And by the way, we just got a confirmed tornado down into Montgomery County. Montgomery and Page County. So there is kind of a weak echo region in here, and this is classic. This is classic. Oh, and it just updated. But this is the feed. You see my line? This is going in and up into the storm and punching a hole through the middle. And so that's the part that's, I'm actually going to back it up here a couple minutes, or a minute. There's that tornado warning. Hey guys, prep for on air. And I'll continue talking about it here. I'll actually reset. And one second. Yeah, prep for on air. Keep an eye on Jordan Hall's feed. And I believe Willard Sharp's feed as well for anything suspected ominous. I believe those are the 2 that are on this northern storm. But we need to go on air, my friends, and so I need to jump back over to the podium, and we will do that here. Give me 1 second. Hold up. Hold up. I'll be right over. Okay, tornado warning goes until 9:15. All right. I'm ready when you are in the booth. Okay. Bear with me on the stream. I'll be right with you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, back in the Local 5 Weather Center. I'm keeping track on severe storms that are working their way in from western Iowa. We have a new tornado warning that has been issued for Cass County. That does include the western sections of the county until 9:15. We've been tracking an area of circulation. If you recall, just about 10 minutes ago, I was talking to you about this circulation that took shape. Well, it has kind of punched its way around and has started showing some signs that it wants to spin up and be a little bit tighter. So you do see the red box. This is technically south of Atlantic, though likely some hail that will be associated with this storm that it slides through the Atlantic region. And I believe the hail potential here is up to 1.75 inches in diameter. So this tornado warning extends till 9:15. This part of the storm is moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So as it sits, the communities involved in this, Lewis, will be in your area by 8:38. We get into Cumberland by 9:05, and then 9:15 into the Messina area. So this system is carrying two potent supercells at the moment. So we'll also have to watch as things do get closer to Adams and Taylor County, because that south cell actually has a confirmed tornado on the ground with it at this stage. Let's go ahead and focus in on that northern cell, as that is starting to take aim on Cass County at the moment. And we'll go to the velocity picture and show you the way things look at the moment. We do have some tightening in here that is showing up just northwest of Griswold, and we have the reds going outbound from the Omaha radar site and the greens coming back around, coming in. So this area of rotation, it was a little bit broader to the tune of about 4 miles. Now we're looking at things closer to 3. So I have seen some lowerings. I'm monitoring some chasing streams at the moment. And if need be, we'll pull those up on air for you and give you a live look outside if we feel the need. But I'll show you the shear associated with this system as it pushes to the east. This is our shear detection parameter, and it has been showing since about Oakland. Now, it did not do anything in Oakland. Everything was up in the clouds, it seems, with this. But still, we're showing some shear associated with it. Now, I'm going to widen things out and show you the history here associated to these two systems. North Omaha, you see that cyan color, that light blue popping up. There were confirmed tornadoes there, and then just northeast of Council Bluffs, there was also a confirmed tornado via chaser coming in out of that. The southernmost storm right now is the strongest of the two, but the northernmost one is the one that is in our area at the moment, or at least heading in there with that threat. Possible some strong winds in here, but I think hail, we've had a history of up to softball-sized hail, and this was in Pottawatomie County earlier, back near the Underwood area. Softball-sized hail is about the size of my hand there. That's getting rather large in the grand scheme of things. So as you see in the box just above me, we're going to have the warnings, the watches, and always having a loop of that radar going through. And if need be, we'll be pulling in another feed if it's needed. So I do have the West Des Moines Skycam ready to go. We also have some chaser feeds if need be, if they start showing some signs of wanting to pop something down to the ground. That southern cell right now does have a confirmed tornado with it. I'm seeing it on some of the streams. Take a look at this rotation that is down here. So this is just out of the area, but no doubt we don't want to forget about that cell that is down to the south and west as that one gets closer to the local 5 area. So we do have that tornado warning until 9:15, severe thunderstorm warning as well, and it looks like that hail is kind of elongated through the scene here from Atlantic back to the west into Pottawatomie County just a little bit. I want to go to the hail parameters and see what we're looking at here, where radar is suggesting the tightest is, and it is just crossing. This product usually trails things just by about 5 minutes or so, so getting it in there. But there has been a recent report of golf ball sized hail back with this one north of Oakland towards Hancock. You can see that report icon showing up. So 1.8 inches in diameter. That's about the size of a golf ball. This report just coming in from Lewis of 1 inch size hail. Likely that's going to be north of town. The dot really doesn't match up to exactly where this one is. But certainly there is a hail core in there, and it's just crossing through. So I want to put a track on this one for you as well. Moving to the east at about 25, we'll go ahead and put it in the western reaches of Cass County. And for the hail, this would bring it into Atlantic closer to 842, Wyoto around 857, and Anita will be near you at 914 or so, and Berea at 923. Apologies on the pronunciation if I'm wrong on those just a little bit. I'm sure you will let me know. But severe thunderstorm warning to encompass that bit of hail that's associated with it kind of on the northern side of the hook with this supercell. Earlier, this was the more robust of the two cells coming through. I'm pulling up the velocity picture on here for you. And you can see that we've lost the outbound. Not completely, but I want you to focus in this couplet right here between the greens and the reds. I'm going to back things up, and you can see it was stronger. In fact, it's kind of translate a little bit. This initial couplet has since occluded. It has been cycled out, and we're watching the weakening stages of it. We'll see as this one passes into Cass County if we can get this one to strengthen back up. So that's where the threat is, just west of Lewis. As we transition to the Des Moines National Weather Service radar, you can see it's quite broad, but still the loop would be in here. So if you're in Griswold or Lewis, south of Atlantic, I'd say by about 3 or 4 miles, that's where the concern is going to be for a possible tornado. This is riding right along Highway 6, U.S. Highway 6, as it moves east and west in the western part of the county. Atlantic, be prepared for some hail that's going to be coming along. I will say if you have any reports you'd like to share with us, you can do so by emailing us at weather@weiriowa.com. Of course, your safety is paramount. And we want you to stay safe. We don't want you to put yourself into danger just to get a picture of some hail or that tornado. But definitely there are some concerns out there. We've been watching some of the chaser, and I'll tell you, there's a chaser that lost their windshield at this stage recently on this cell. So a history of some large hail with this one as it pulls into Cass County. That southern storm is quite potent, and I do want to keep tabs on it, even though it's not into the area just yet. Pulling up our debris detection, I'm not quite seeing the hints of anything just yet, but as we transition to looking at things just beyond the debris, this is a clear signal of hail. This is a spike going through. So this is errant returns actually caused by that spike of hail that's in there near the Cass and Pottawatomie County line in there. So hail, and I do believe the radar has been kind of underestimating when I've been sampling the sizing associated with this. It's been underdoing it, but right now there is some huge hail down there just to the south. Stay on alert for a possible tornado. If you are in Lewis, anywhere within the vicinity, you need to be seeking shelter lowest level, most interior room of your home or structure. And you need to stay away from windows because debris flying right through that glass. The more walls you put between you and the outside, the safer things are going to be for you as we look ahead. So this is western Cass County now, where the tornado threat is now into the county and passing near Lewis at the moment. Back to the velocity picture here, and you can see the clear circulation. The green's going outbound, and the reds are going inbound at the moment. In the booth, I believe Jordan Hall is in Lewis right now. Keep a close track on his stream if need be. We'll pull it in. It is starting to get dark now. It's harder to see these circulations that are out there, or really anything out across the landscape, since it is starting to get dark outside. But yeah, we certainly do have a tornadic circulation that we're keeping a close track on for you, and we will continue to do so. So 1-inch diameter hail being reported, and the report was in Lewis, but I believe that it was probably a little bit further to the north of there. Go back to the reflectivity and give you a good look at things for you. So there's the warning. It's now fully out of Pottawatomie County. It's into Cass. The larger landscape, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This lasts until 9:15, and you notice the threat there that says considerable, and this threat is associated with the hail size, and it's been up to softball-sized hail. History of that. I don't think we're currently at this. I actually think we're kind of seeing a weakening phase at this juncture with this cell. It's not near as robust, but right before this one pulled in, we had a nice tightening just for a couple of scans on the velocity picture that prompted this tornado warning to come into Cass County. I'm actually going to back it up, and I'll show you just that, what prompted that warning right there. This is when we really got our curiosity piqued. This is when we were concerned with the tornado, and then it started to wash out, and we're still kind of on that trend, maybe looking like a new bit of a circulation forming there to the south and south of Lewis. It's fairly broad right now, but it is certainly there. We're kind of on the transition zone between our weather radars, between Omaha and Des Moines. It's not the best area to be in. Peaking really strong with the returns down here. And I just want to sample this because this southern storm is the one we're really going to have to keep a close track on here. We're talking in absolute values, 70 plus 90. That's crazy. We're talking 160 miles per hour rotational velocity with that southern cell down there into Mills in Fremont County. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one. Looks like we might be trying to get things a little bit tighter in here near Lewis, waiting on that next scan to say definitively, but that's where the threat for that tornado is. Right over Lewis, you need to stay in your safe places, please. This one is moving east. There's that new scan. Moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So just taking a look at things, between those brightest reds and brightest greens, it's about 4 or 5 miles or so, and on a lesser scale, we're getting some of that rotation over 2 miles or so at this juncture. Just checking in with some of our feeds that are out there to see if we need to take any. It's awfully dark, but if we need to take some feeds, we certainly will for you. It'll give you that live look outside. But right now, honestly, I'm looking at a lot of darkness that is out along the landscape. The shear tracks here. Apologies, I wasn't quite centered on the radar for you. But every now and again, we're getting kind of that shear to pulse up on us. And we're looking at that kind of dotting through Pottawatomie County. And just right as we came on with you, that trend was to be weaker. And this product takes just a little while to strengthen back up. Okay, new report coming in. This was coming east-southeast of Oakland, and this was reported to us 7 minutes ago, but probably transpired a little bit earlier than that. We did have a tornado report coming in with this cell. You see the report popping up on screen. So the time on it, 8:32, but I'll tell you, the area of circulation would have been back closer in that area right when we saw that strengthening at about 8:20, and that's when we joined on air with you. So that report probably closer to 8:20, but a report of a tornado between Griswold and Oakland, just south of US Highway 6. Let's get to the velocity picture and see how things are looking there. Keep in mind those watches are cycling through on that screen just above me. Also, we'll go through the warnings, and that radar is always looping there. This is getting a little bit tighter. Now, the strongest of the circulation is still quite broad here, and there's the loop. East of Lewis, near Cumberland, you need to seek shelter. If you're south of Wyoda, Anita, north of Messina, you need to be seeking shelter. And basically anywhere in this vicinity needs to be seeking shelter at this point. Let me go ahead and clear this off the screen for you, and just so we can track that circulation, yeah, it's running basically due east. So this is going to be running towards US Highway 71 in the next couple of minutes, and then continue to be juxtaposed north of Iowa Highway 92 by a couple of miles. So as we get down to kind of the street level, there's just not a lot of roads in this area that I can pinpoint out for you. But Iowa Highway 92, it gets out of our street level mapping. But Iowa Highway 92, it's going to be north of you, running due east. Tornado warning until 9:15. This is going to last. And we've also had a considerable signal for hail in the past. It looks like that largest hail signal is lining up just south of Atlantic. Atlantic, stay away from those windows for you. So as we translate out through time, this is going to be the future hail, kind of the trajectory things are taking. And inside this blue region, suggesting something just under 1 inch in diameter, but I'll tell you, the radar is telling me just off screen that this one could be as high as 1.5 inches in diameter. Fairly broad but tighter rotation associated with this. Heavy rainfall, and I am also tracking for the hail that is associated in here. Just keeping the tabs on our chasers that are out in the vicinity. It's just too dark to show you much at this juncture, but we do have our teams of chasers out there, several of them out keeping tabs on the situation for you. But at this point, you're not going to see all too much in the clouds, so we'll keep things right here full on the radar with you. All right, so we have this area of rotation south of Atlantic, the hail just off the northern edge. So the hail is going to be up here closer to Atlantic at this point, but here's the rotation. Kind of right at the tip of my arrow, that's where the rotation is coming together. Now, the strongest parts of it are spinning around the outside a little bit more fiercely over a larger directional path. So we're going to be continuing to track this one. We have another 35 minutes associated with it. You can see the rotation there. That's the updraft going into this one. And that's where that hail would be as it cycles through associated with this one. So the hail has had a history of up to baseball and softball sized hail. Looks like we're issuing a new warning on this one. Let me get the details. Let me get the details on this warning for you. Bear with me 1 second. Looks like we're canceling one maybe and going into a new one. Oh, just a continuance. It's been kind of modified a little bit. That hail core, as you see, southwest of Atlantic. And that product trails by about 5 minutes or so. So right over town is where we're going to have things on this. So we do see 2 polygons coming in here. Give me 1 second while I select the right one. This tornado warning until 8:43. That appears to be in air, or we're trimming the original one. The system is not handling it very well at all. Let me see here. And this tornado, it's radar indicated. This is going to continue until 9:15. So basically the innermost red spot, the red polygon, is the concern for the tornado. We're not clearing out that old one for some reason. Hopefully by the next couple of minutes we will see that get out of the way and stop decluttering what we have in view. Rotation, the outbound, right through here, and then inbound coming in. The red is actually the part that's coming out of the thunderstorm. I said that backwards. The green is going towards. We switched radar sites. We are now going towards the Des Moines National Weather Service. This is Omaha, and now this is Des Moines. So we have the downdraft here coming through in green and swinging around, coming into it with the red. A little bit more broad in this last picture, so we like to see that. Any new reports coming in here? Let's pop those up on screen. 1.5 inch hail indicator just south of Atlantic on US Highway 71. That is where we have the biggest signal for hail coming into view. So where you start to see those purples coming in, that is a signal of some large hail associated with this. Okay, we do have a hail report that was at Lewis, but I would hazard a guess that was actually north at the time that one came in. We actually hadn't seen the storm in that vicinity just yet. Very top screen, we have our West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5 pointed back at these cells. May be able to see some lightning, but there is a fair amount of blow off the top of these cells. It may be difficult to actually see that in that radar looping, pulling the system in. It's moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So a couple of areas we're watching. I'll just do a broader line on this for you as I get back into the reflectivity field here. And this is moving east at about 25. We'll just lump things together with respect to the hail and kind of that tornado threat and move things out to the east. This one's a slow mover now. It was earlier moving at about 45 miles per hour. But this is when we're expecting it to be in your hometown. If you're watching us in Norway Center by 8:59 for the hail. And then Cumberland, this would be for the circulation. You need to be seeking shelter for a possible tornado. 9:01 is when that will be near you. 9:22 for Bray, and then we get into Fontenelle on down the line. That's a long distance away, about an hour away. And then, of course, we do start to get into Adair County, and of course, we remember the Greenfield area. Hard hit last year back in May. So tornado warning does continue for the cell. Let's drop back down to the south because we're not too far away from seeing this cell really pop into view as well. So we're just outside of our Adams and Taylor County line, and to confirm tornado down here towards the Shenandoah area. This one does have an observed tornado with it. Tornado warning till 9 o'clock. That is going to be kind of crossing over Mills, Montgomery, Fremont, and Page County. We'll have to keep an eye on this, especially down towards Highway 34, Iowa Highway 2. Should be running into a bit of a capped off area, which means that lid is trying to hold on the atmosphere, but we've definitely broken through in that vicinity. So here's that thunderstorm inhibition. Basically, that means lid, cap on the atmosphere. They're persisting through it. That northern side is maybe a little bit more open, but right now this southern edge is certainly very, very strong. What I want to do is show you the winds associated with that southern cell here real quick, as that one is still very, very potent, very strong winds wrapped up in here, and likely looking at a considerable tornado threat with this. I'll go over to debris detection to get a sense on what's happening there north of Shenandoah. And yeah, there is some lowering, but it wouldn't quite be in the right spot for me to be able to confirm a tornado with it. I will perhaps watch this right here, and then going into the next scan, it kind of becomes more broad. You can very clearly see that hook as it comes down out of the storm. So that's wrapping around. And then right here in the center, this is what's making me think that area would have maybe a tornado debris signature with it. The threat with the tornado, there's this huge wrap, but I would say the pinpointed area right here would be where that tornado is. And it does kind of go in closely with what's happening on the CC. Back up into Cass County, still broad rotation, but it is most certainly still there at the moment. This tornado warning is going to last until 9:15, as does the severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses it and is a little bit broader on that scale. So we have seen the older warnings kind of fall off the charts here. This supercell no longer looks near as intense as it once did. I back you up through time. Right about here as it was coming into Oakland, it was still rip-roaring. That's a great signal there too, back earlier in Pottawatomie County. But you notice the returns on the reflectivity just aren't near as pronounced anymore in the most robust cell. Very classic supercell signal down here. I'll go ahead and actually take the warnings off the screen for you so you can get a look. This is going to be a very strong signal for a tornado down there, and we're watching it. It's got to be big. I'm not seeing any streams showing actual tornado associated with it, but then again, it's probably rain wrapped in there, and we're not going to be able to see it. I'm watching things very closely. We have several of our chaser feeds, and I'll bring them on if we can show you something significant. But that cell down there to the south, that certainly is significant as far as a supercell, and that one's clearly winning the battle. And if you watched us earlier this evening, I had mentioned that the southernmost storm is going to be the one to be reckoned with. Pardon me there. Got to wet the whistle a little bit. The hook crossing Highway 71 right now up into Cass County. The southern storm is intense, and we're going to be watching this one eagerly. The two of them combined, these have been the only two storms. We also talked about the fact that we wouldn't be looking at widespread severe weather for tonight. It's not. This is very pinpointed activity in both hail and also tornado. We kept that tornado window open, I think, through 9, and I do think we will start to stabilize, but at this point, especially that southern storm, it is really holding its own right now at this juncture. It is intense. We're looking at the debris detection, and I do see a slight lowering here with this one. Let me go to it. Just in this last scan, right there, kind of in that void, it turns to that whitish color right here, and that's what I'd be looking at and kind of cross-referencing things on my off radar here. That's off air. Okay, so we are getting the catastrophic damage tag to this tornado warning down here as this one passes just north of Shenandoah. This is intense. I'm measuring winds up 120 miles per hour to contrast at about 60 miles per hour. So 180 miles per hour rotationally with this system. This is a very strong signal. I'll go ahead and sample things here, see if I can get the best one. So about 90 there and contrasting with 70 the other way. That's 160 miles per hour rotationally as that's spinning, just over a couple of miles. So this is still technically outside of the Local 5 area, but this would be a major player tornado. Large, violent, if that one is on the ground, which we are saying it is. Also watching the cell just to the south of Atlantic, still fairly broad rotation. Stay in your safe place. In Cumberland, please seek shelter. Lowest level, most interior room. This one's riding right along Highway 92, perhaps just north of it as you see towards the Cumberland area, and eventually Messina would be on the docket there. Just for reference, everyone in the booth, if you could just periodically monitor all our streams for me, just in case, especially with that southern storm, because that one's going to be knocking into our area shortly. And no bones about it, folks. This is a serious thunderstorm down there in the south, and we have a bad one into Cass County right now. 2 very potent thunderstorms. Let's just update how fast that they are moving. They're moving east at 25 on that northern cell and 30 for the southern cell, respectively. So, with such a strong rotation being hinted at down here, I just want to put a track in it as this one comes into Taylor and Adams County. We would be near Villisca at 9:27 and Nottoway by about 9:36. And Ivyville at 9:45, Gravity 9:52 if this one continues to hold. So yeah, we're going to be watching very near the Taylor and Adams County line as we continue on. Okay. All right, booth in the back, I got your message. Thank you very much. All right, so we're continuing to track both of these storms. The southernmost one is the most potent at the moment, but I'll put my arrow out here for those areas we are tracking for the rotation. Southwestern Iowa, 2 very large supercells at the moment, and they are certainly creating a lot of issues for us. So we're continuing with the severe thunderstorm warning till 9:15, and we have tornado warning until 9:15 as well. That's both of those for Cass County. History of softball-sized hail, though I don't think that is currently on the docket with either of these. I'll pull up the hail tracks to get a sense. Just some massive hail up here with the southern storm as well. But we've been seeing some pulses. We have been seeing some pulses here over Cass County. Radar is estimating 1 inch in diameter, but it's warned for up to golf ball-sized hail, I believe, at the moment. And I believe our radar has been undersampling because it does have a history. Right back here, we had a softball-sized hail report near Underwood back into Pottawatomie County. But look at the estimate of 3 inches down there with that southern supercell. This is just a massive storm, and it is so very, very strong. Hey, let's pull that up. Let me get that stream up here on mine, and I will go ahead and pull this up. Give me 1 second here, folks. We're going to pull a view of a tornado up on screen with you. And here we go. That will take over in that top box. If you look closely, you will see a large tornado down to the ground, or at minimum, a large funnel. And that one's going to be reaching the ground. So you can see that. Let's go ahead and pull this up full screen. So this is going to be in northern Page County. That is a tornado that is on the ground in northern Page County. Mark the time at 8:56, please, in the booth on this. So we'll keep this stream up there. This is northern Page County, north of Shenandoah. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground, and if this one keeps going, this is going to pull it into the local 5 area here in the next half an hour. So continuing to watch this feed. You can see massive amounts of lightning too, and we do unfortunately have some buffering that we have to deal with as we watch this cell very closely. We kind of get into rural territory. It makes it hard to keep a close eye on the situation. But we certainly have our chasers out here. This is Freddie McKinney that is on it with Severe Studios that is chasing for us tonight. Just massive amounts of rotation associated with this supercell. It is, they are in the rain. It's wrapped up in the rain. Those chasers are just trailing it ever so slightly. Up in the booth, feel free to pull that full screen if you get a good solid feed on it. But for now, I'm going to keep the radar up here too, so I can track what's going on in north central Iowa. You did see that severe thunderstorm warning extends right up into the Adams and Taylor County line right now. Tornado on the ground in northern Page County, just outside of the local 5 area. Severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 for the hail. That is over parts of Cass County. This is going to be south and east of Atlantic. And let me see if I can get the tag up here on just how large this hail actually is. So this is for 1-inch diameter hail, and it does have a history of that in the county. Back closer to Lewis, it did have that history of it. Starting to get some activity closer to the metro, at least. I did hear a rumble of thunder just now. So we do have a couple of cells up closer to Perry, and then non-severe, mind you, but getting up north of Fort Dodge as well, and then into Algona. It's the south edge of this line, though, that is going to be the most potent. Tracking the south one especially, but, did you see that truck pass by on the top right? There was a truck that was, let's go full screen with that if you can. I'll do it too. I can control it on my end. As well, but there was a truck that was in the ditch right there that very clearly had been in an accident. There it is. Look at how strong that inbound wind is, or that would be outbound, just rushing with all the rain. That is crazy. So this chaser, Freddie, is checking in on that vehicle, just make sure everyone is safe if there was someone in it or if this tornado was tossed from afar. But that is a potent cell. If we're not already, let's go back to the radar picture. We're starting to see this northern cell come out of the tornado warned area. Still hail signature on that. Keeping tabs of everything down south, don't get me wrong, but this one is actually in the area right now, so I do want to track it. Hail, I think, is the biggest issue with this one. Moving to the east at 25. That's good news because we do pull this system into Greenfield area by 9:51. Everyone a little skittish, to say the least, considering what happened last year in May, the EF4 tornado. We have a significant tornado in southwestern Iowa at the moment. Both of these northern warnings last until 9:15. This storm down south is moving a little bit faster than before, and the northern one, to the tune of about 30 miles per hour. Persistent broad rotation with the Cass County storm. Definitely severe, but that tornado threat has definitely lessened. Our focus is definitely down here in the south right now. There's some contamination to the radar picture as we look at the site out of Omaha, but it most definitely is strong down in there. Pardon me, I got the wrong tool here to look at, but this is the area of rotation, very strong coming out of Essex and pushing to the east. If you're in Hepburn, need to seek shelter. We'll go ahead and track this one a little bit further to the east, and apologies, this one is moving at 30 miles per hour, so I need to reposition my parameters, and we'll get this one out here. So Nyman, 906 Hepburn, 924. This pulls into the local 5 area in what will be Taylor County, northwestern Taylor County. Gus at 940. Ivyville at 947. That would be into southern Adams County. And Gravity, should this one continue to hold, you'll be watching that southern edge of this cell, 954. Safe places, lowest level, most interior room of your dwelling. And that's where we need to be with this one. So we did have a tornado we're tracking on that topmost screen that you see, the lower one, I'll go ahead and pull it full screen for you so you can get a look. I don't believe we're looking at the tornado here, but that gentleman that you just saw out there checking on a vehicle that apparently had been tossed by likely that tornado. It was in the ditch. We don't have the best view of it at the moment as this vehicle is parked. But there you see out walking about. There was some very strong outflow associated with this as well in that vicinity. So these chasers are checking in, making sure that they are okay. And you can see that strong rotation associated with it. I just want to see exactly their placement, where they are. Okay. They're near the Essex area. I'm not sure exactly how far out of town or nearby where they are, but they are in the Essex area and checking on a truck. I saw it briefly. And it was in the ditch and on its side. It wasn't rolled over, but clearly, you know, something's not right. You saw some damage on the vehicle itself. We do have a powerful tornado down here. So we saw it on radar. Emergency manager confirms that near the Essex area. We have a radar signal of near baseball-sized hail associated with this system as well, or this supercell, I should say. 2 storms we are watching at the moment. And we have lost the tornado warning out of Cass County. That's good. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning in play. And this is going to be until 9:15. And what we're looking at here is the possibility of seeing that hail come to the ground. So let's go ahead and look at those hail tracks. See how this one has been measuring up on us. A little bit of an uptick when it comes down to it. South and east of Atlantic. I'm going to sample that. Our radar is suggesting up to 1 inch in diameter, but it has been severely underestimating some of those reports that have come in. Associated with this, just off screen, my radar off camera is saying up to 1.3 inches in diameter as well. So certainly some potent hail tucked away in here. This supercell is moving east at 25 miles per hour. So still, we're pulling it into the Greenfield area in about an hour. Fontenelle by 9:47. These times have been pretty consistent. Messina, I believe the hail passes by to your north. That's where it is the most potent associated with you. So just south of US Highway 6 as it comes east out of Atlantic. That's where we have the most potent hail. This is toned down just a little bit as far as the latest hail parameters out of it, but still a rip-roaring supercell in there. We'll go ahead and sample the latest readings, 1.5 inch in diameter, and my other product I'm using is close to 2 inch, so that'd be close to hen egg diameter hail. Okay, it looks like we're back in the vehicle. There it is. There's that truck. Let's go full screen with that. I'll handle it into the booth. There we go. You can see that truck tossed by an apparent tornado there. These chasers, Freddie McKinney, stopping to help this vehicle. Very clearly, that has been tossed by a tornado. So that's down there into northern Page County. The threat of that tornado is pushing east. Let's see if we have any new warnings yet or not. Severe thunderstorm warning now pushes into Adams in Taylor County. Hail size is large, and we're talking up there towards golf ball sized hail. So this is going to last until 9:15. We have this warning, 10 o'clock. This is in place for, and this is for 2 inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and getting the tag of tornado possible with this one. And that's basically prepping you that we do have a tornado, and it is still on the ground, I would say, based on the significant velocity returns that I'm seeing out of this storm. It is rain wrapped. Let's get you to the velocity here, and we'll take a second and get you back to the radar. there's the velocity. It's contaminated just a little bit, but we'd be watching right here, just to the east of Iowa Highway 48 in northern Taylor County. This one is coming in and moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So as we take a look at the overall scope with the hail moving east at 30 miles per hour, we're getting this hail into Corning, I'd say by 9:48, Mercer 9:58, and then Sharpsburg, you'd be in line with that tornado threat. Anywhere in Bethesda and Gus, you need to be seeking shelter for a tornado that is back confirmed to the west associated with this system. We'll show you the shear parameters coming in, shear detection popping up on screen. It's jumping up through the legend rather substantially. We're starting to get into the purple colors there, and we are going to be watching this one as it continues to move into Taylor County. Still a very strong signal of a tornado. I'll check the debris detection here shortly. This one has a history of a tornado. I would hazard it's still on the ground at this juncture. Let me pull up the debris detection here. Let's see if we see anything of note, and I really don't. There is some contamination in here. I'm not seeing that pinpointed threat that we'd be looking for in association with a couplet in here, but certainly watching it. We are at a distance away from the radar site. I'd be looking in this general area for a lowering. That would be dropping in the scale down into those dark blues. That would confirm to us that we have a tornado on the ground. And you can see that lowering. Let's go back full screen here with Freddie McKinney that is out there. And that is what would produce the tornado. And it might be down there. That is... It's tough to see. The the picture is illuminated by backlight there. I'm checking to see if there's any others. I think we have Ryan Shaw on this too, but let's not take that one. That's the lowering that these tornadoes come from. Okay, so the shear has just been jumping off the chart in the past with this supercell. It's been potent, and now we have that warning extending into Iowa. This is going to be pulling very near to Villisca. Still a confirmed tornado on the ground here with this one. We're struggling to get the auto query to actually grab it, so I will grab the details to you. This is a new tornado warning. Until 10 o'clock, it does include places like Hepburn and Villisca need to be seeking shelter for a tornado, and that's right on the edge of the local 5 area. Confirmed tornado here as this one does come in. Big tornado threat coming in out of Page County. National Weather Service confirms with us, but not into the area just yet. Looking at the sampling of the velocity, I'm getting a signal here of 100 miles per hour going outbound. And so that rotation is going to be right in here. 100 miles per hour going outbound, and that's contrasted by about 80 going inbound. So 180 miles per hour, folks. That is potent when it comes down to it on the velocity. And even if it is broad, that signal is going to be hinting. Not hinting. That's a very strong rotation right here. 1 second here. All right, just checking in with some of my crew, just making sure things are in order. But this, right near Nyman, pushing off to the east is where this threat is. It's kind of translated back into the system just a little bit. Normally, when things take the left-hand turn, we start thinking that it might be occluding and weakening. Watching the stream there on the top portion, Freddie McKinney is out there. It's probably rain wrapped. I'm not quite seeing it. You in the booth, if you're watching, just keep tabs on it as I track the radar along with friends too, at home, staying safe. And just let me know if you see something very obvious for me. So also on CC, we can also kind of get a sense that there's significant hail in there by this scatter spike that is happening. Perhaps a little bit of a lowering there in CC for the debris, but we can also use this particular parameter to track hail as well, and that would be back near kind of south of Stanton, pushing towards Villisca. But that severe thunderstorm warning lasts till 10:15. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Perhaps you've seen it on that screen above me. This one, let's get the parameters up here for you for this northern supercell that is tagged as tornado possible, and that's for the rotation that's associated with it. It's warned for hail and wind, hail up to 1 1/4 diameter in size and 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this. And it's been a while since we kind of checked in on the velocity picture here. Messina is where that threat would be if there was going to be something spinning up, kind of right along Iowa Highway 92 moving to the east, but definitely watching the hail and wind associated with this one at the moment. Pull up that latest hail version for you, and yeah, we're still looking at estimated hail size close to 1 inch as this one comes halfway between about Anita and Messina, moving to the east, at about 25 miles per hour. 1 second here while I transition my data. Looks like we have a secondary circulation on that southern cell trying to take shape on us. So we'll have to watch that one. I go back here to the velocity as this one comes in. So we have what I believe is an occluding tornado here in northern Page County. We're starting to develop a new one near Hepburn. Let me back things up through time. You can kind of see that second area of interest that is out there. And 1 second, I think something caught my eye. I can't tell if it's a rain shaft or something lowering there. Yeah, it's a rain shaft. You can, and I'll point it out to you, on the left-hand side of the screen, kind of illuminated here, right there where my mouse cursor is, that's a rain shaft. So they caught my eye. There could be something in the bigger rain shaft in here. It's tough to tell. Of course, Freddie here stopped to check on a truck that had overturned. So yeah, it's difficult to see. We'll go back to the radar picture, but as I was explaining earlier, we do have kind of 2 areas now of rotation. This one has had the confirmed tornado associated with it, basically right on the Page and Montgomery County line, but it's starting to make a little bit of a left-hand turn. So it's occluding. I think we're starting to see another little area of circulation pop out just south of Villisca near Hepburn, still carrying the confirmed tornado associated with this one as well, moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Has a history of dropping a tornado. We saw the tornado on the stream live with you. So, and that was certainly there. And that was about 20 minutes ago. And yeah, it was there. It tossed one of those vehicles. Now we have Freddie that's trying to catch back up to the main circulation that's associated with this one. Hail is in there, up to 2 inches in diameter. So we're talking hen egg sized hail. Right here in front of me, this is actually just the lens cap to my camera. And I'll just pull it up on screen. This is about 2.5 inches in diameter, so a little bit less than that. This is what we're talking falling from the sky out of this southernmost cell as it pushes into Taylor and Adams County. So that's what we're watching here. You see those deep dark blues, and this product is trailing by about 5 minutes or so. It's likely right along U.S. Highway 71 and pushing to the east now with time. We have a new tornado warning There it is. So we're going to keep it on with you. And that's why I've been with you. This has been just a screaming signal of a tornado. And while that original circulation is kind of getting wrapped back up, a new one is beginning to form. Pardon me while I change my radar sights over here just off camera so I can get a better view on this southern cell. Yeah, we have two areas of rotation now. One is now rain wrapped up in the storm, and the other is just starting to cross into northwestern Taylor County. That's where we have the threat right now. So if you're inside this red shading, looking south of Nottoway by about 7 or 8 miles, west of Holt, get into Gus, Bushville, Sharpsville, you need to be seeking shelter. This is a radar indicated tornado, but we're coming off a confirmation of a tornado there. Let's get you the the velocity. We'll pull that up here. There's that rotation back near Hepburn, and we're sampling this very high up using the Des Moines National Weather Service radar site. So this is just starting to cross, get up to the Adams and Taylor County line. There's actually 2 circulations in here, still a potent one back here. Rain wrap, that is in the middle of this supercell, kind of just wrapped up in on the back side. So there's a couple of areas. Pardon me, I was looking at the rotation near Hepburn. Significant hail likely falling near Villisca as we continue to watch on that topmost screen. Excuse me. Our storm chasers out in the field. This is with Severe Studios, Freddie McKinney, that previously captured a tornado online with us. He saw it streaming and it definitely tossed a truck there doing some damage. We know that, and that's confirmation of it, but that's from that original circulation. In from the National Weather Service, tornado warning for Taylor, Adams County, with that new circulation moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Looking at hail size right over Villisca right now, I'd say up to tennis ball sized hail. So that's right here over Villisca, and that's moving to the east. So 2 big concerns with this, tornadic threat, and we're also looking at significant hail that is coming around in this. Here's that new circulation that looks to be the most potent right near Hepburn and pushing to the east. That tornado warning is in place over southern Adams and northern Taylor counties. This will last until, if memory serves me right, 10:15. I'm going to have to query this real quick to get my time. As this lasts until, I'm not getting the right one. Give me 1 second. Bear with me, friends. This lasts until 10 o'clock, the tornado warning. So 10 o'clock, and we also have new severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead. This is the possibility of some very large hail. That's actually a tornado watch that has been extended. We'll get into that. I'll show you that watch here. Here's the tornado watch that is in place. In fact, all the current watches we have in place. We have a severe thunderstorm watch on the northern edge. In fact, that tornado watch just got extended further to the east for southern Iowa. We are tapping into that best energy. That cap did not hold as we were anticipating it likely could. But look at the shear tracks down there over northern Page County. North of Clarinda is where we have the most significant rotation at the moment. So a tornado watch has extended further to the east. That does encompass the south side of the metro, so northern Madison and northern Warren County. This lasts until 12 o'clock here for tonight. We'll get you back on the radar picture. The strongest rotation just starting to get to the Taylor and Adams County line right now. Second strong supercell up into Cass and Adair County right now. We're also going to be watching the rotation associated with this. It is broad at the moment, but it has a history of producing a tornado here. So we'll go up into this northern stream that is up here over Adair County. There is some broad rotation. I'll show you the velocity signal. It's fairly weak as well at this point, but here's the area of rotation we're going to be watching as it crosses into Adair County. Now some stronger wind, maybe riding out higher up in the thunderstorm as well, sampling at about 50 miles per hour up there in western Adair County. And then there's also some hail that has been evident, and we're estimating that to be to the size of about 1 inch in diameter as that one crosses into Adair County. So with this cell, and we'll keep it kind of in between the two and broad to the east at 25 miles per hour, pulling into Greenfield by 9:50. And then 10:15 to Stanzel if this one continues to hold all the way on the eastern side. Fontenelle, 9:38 as well. So getting in on that hail threat, watching that circulation as well. That's right along Highway 92 as that pulls through. Near Bridgewater, you have that circulation overhead. Please stay away from windows. It's not tornado warned at this juncture. We are going to be monitoring that for you very closely. Looking down towards Villisca and Hepburn for the best area that looks conducive to producing a tornado at the moment. The rotation is right up to the Four Corners region of Page, Montgomery, Adams, and Taylor County. Just going back to that chaser feed here, you can see some of those rain shafts in there. Don't confuse those with actual tornado, though. It may be embedded further up down the line. Let me see where Freddie is here real quick. Okay, looks like he is into the northeastern portion of Page County near Hepburn. So I'm going to keep a close track on that one as well for you, friends. So he is on that storm, and tornado could be rain wrapped in there. And that's what we're going to be watching as this one comes out of Hepburn into Villisca. So we have a tornado warning that extends over those 4 counties, Page, Adams, and we get into Montgomery and Taylor County as well, with the area of rotation kind of rotating around right here. Right through there. There's actually 2. So there's one right here, and there's a secondary one up near Villisca. That secondary one is the one that has had a history of a tornado prior. Okay, a very classic stovepipe looking tornado. That circulation is right over Villisca right now. I'm tracking the debris detection. I'm not seeing anything in there, but there's definitely a couple of areas of shear being noted. We'll pull that up. The shear tracks for you. It's not as potent as it has been, and 2 areas right here. So we're getting that light blue color coming in. That's the strongest of the circulations right in there, and right now this is passing into Taylor County as I look just off screen here. And then the other circulation passing over Villisca. Please seek shelter, Villisca, and you move east into Nottoway. You have Brooks, that is included in there, not necessarily showing up on screen. Gus as well, you need to be seeking shelter. And eventually, if this one continues to hold, we'd be looking out towards Lenox, though not in to the tornado warning at this point. I take it back, it is. We now have a confirmed tornado. That is that new warning that is popping up on screen here for you. Apologies, we'll see if we can get that one sampled for you. With the threat, a considerable threat of a tornado. So this one is radar indicated, but a considerable threat That's what we're getting here with the pink polygon. So that's why it's turned the color of pink. Is not confirmed, but a considerable damage threat from a possible tornado. Right now it's radar indicated, likely going to be influenced by some rain as this one passes through. Just checking in on the feeds, and we have hail up to 2 inches in diameter as well as this one comes out of Villisca. So watching that circulation, it's moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. So Nottoway by 9:34, safe place please. This is coming up in just a few moments. While the strongest of the circulation to your south, you will be influenced by some of that hail as well. Holt, it'll be in your area by 9:49. And Mercer, we're looking things at 10:01. I'm going to pull up Lennox by 10:11. I'm going to pull up this stream because this is kind of the area we'd be looking for a lot of pixelation from the lightning and the stream. This is the area we'd be watching for something to drop down. It's very difficult to decipher. Looks like Freddie might be at a bit of a distance at this point from the heart of the storm. Rain wrap too, it can certainly be tucked away in there. So we do have eyes in the field on this for you, and we're continuing to track. Any reports coming in have been pretty scant at this juncture, but we're watching this very strong signal coming through of looking at that rotation with the cell as it passes into Taylor and also Adams County. Hail size up to 2 inches in diameter, and that strong rotation now in the extreme northwestern portion of Taylor County. That pink is suggesting a considerable threat of damage from hail and also that tornadic circulation as that one pulls into the county. Here's the rotation we're watching right there. There's actually two. One over Villisca right now, too, at this stage. Up into Adair County was still carrying a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. No significant signs of rotation. But there is some broad areas that I'm watching there on the western edge, trying to get going, perhaps a signal of some convergence going on right here as well, and sometimes that can spin around on us if the two come passing by. You get that shearing effect. So that would be right in line with the area we're watching for seeing that. That convergence also denotes where the updraft is coming into the thunderstorm and shooting up. It pushes that hail core up high as well. So Greenfield, this one's going to be in your vicinity in about the next 15 minutes or so. We'll do kind of a quick track on things for you. Estimated time, about 9:45 pulling into Greenfield. Fontenelle here any moment with that circulation that's overhead. The hail is a little bit more juxtaposed off the northern edge. So we do have the tornado warning down to the south, two potent supercells. We weren't billing this as being widespread severe weather, but more warning this on the significance of the severe weather associated with this. The significance, the threats being large, and that tornado window, while kind of narrow, it's now surpassing what we were expecting to be that window. It certainly has been potent. We've had numerous reports of tornadoes back to the west into Nebraska. I'll pull those up on screen. So you can see the history of these two long-lived supercells coming into view here on the screen. Looks like we lost our feed for the moment, so I will go ahead and put our West Des Moines tower cam in there. I'll keep tabs on it with you, and if it comes back, we will bring our feed back into view. But we get into some rural areas in southwestern Iowa. Cell service isn't always the best down in those areas. So you can see these two supercells have a history of producing a tornado, and we've seen a couple of them into southwestern Iowa. Right now, that best rotation is happening right along the Adams and Taylor County line. It's kind of broadened out in the last few scans, but it is still very, very strong. Rotating through here, we're looking at about 3 or 4 miles. There's a secondary circulation. This is the original one, I believe, over Villisca that was causing us so many issues. Hail signal coming in, not necessarily seeing any debris. There is kind of a void in the thunderstorm itself over northwestern Taylor County. This is denoting the updraft feeding into it, and sometimes that picks up dust and debris and scatters it about, takes it up into the thunderstorm a little bit. And we certainly saw that out into Nebraska. The dust storms were really stirring up associated with this system as it moved through Nebraska. So certainly that could be happening. Looks like right on the northern side of the Adams-Taylor County line is where the best signal would be, just south of Nottoway. Stay in your safe place, please. Brooks, and then up into Corning, safe places, please. And Mercer and Holt. I'd say Holt especially. Looks like that circulation there just to your west, and it's going to be right into this Crooks going into the Nottoway vicinity is where our possible tornado would be. Considerable tag being applied to this for the threats here. We have all that wind that's whipping around, and the outbound winds right now are cranking upward of 90 to 100 miles per hour, while the inbound winds appear to be fairly weak at this point on the vantage point that I'm looking at. Latest report estimates coming in with this one on the hail side of things. I'm getting up to baseball-sized hail indicators coming in from this. So we're going to be watching it not only for the tornado threat, but hail too. We start getting up there into that baseball criteria. That does some significant damage. I am going to pull up Freddie here, large. Looks like he's looking at the underside. That is definitely a wall cloud of our southern system here. It takes, well, it looks like we lost that feed, my friends. It takes some illumination at this point in the night to get a good look at what's happening out there. So you can see he's back on the road and traveling. Unsure the exact direction he's going right now. It looks like he's heading into that. But as I pull up the hail size here, this has been notorious for underestimating the situation tonight. I am getting some other estimates on my off-screen radar that is suggesting that we have hailstones up to baseball size. So we're getting up there. That's just short of 3 inches. We'll go ahead and sample this and just see what our in-house radar is saying. The tornado impact is at 2.8. That's of a 10. Hail impact is 6.7. That's also of a 10. And the hail size, there's that baseball size I was telling you about. 2.8 inches in diameter. So that's what we're looking at associated with this one. And also some pretty strong velocity that is coming around on there. Okay, so latest update here with the velocity picture. That is the area I'm tracking for the strongest rotation with this cell into southern portions of Adams County. A few miles south of Highway 34, so this would put it about 4 or 5 miles south of Highway 34 in southwestern Adams County. This would be east of Nottoway. Nottoway, you can begin to come out of your safe place. Brooks, Corning, Holt, Ivyville, Mercer, stay in your safe places, please. Most interior room of your dwelling looks to be the best spot associated with this one. Real quickly, I'm going to go full on the radar picture while I do a couple of adjustments here off screen. But this is the strongest circulation that we've seen for a little bit of time, ever since this one entered Iowa. It has a history of producing tornadoes all the way back into Nebraska. Let's back things up, and this does have a slight northern component to it. Perhaps it's trying to recycle once again, pulling that threat up into the storm, and that is usually a weakening trend that comes into view. So when that happens, when we start to see that circulation move left, typically, and I don't want to get anyone's hopes up too much, but typically we start to see that weakening as far as that couplet. But right now it's holding its own. Sometimes it can spawn up another couplet in there as well. So certainly something we need to watch. There are some big time hail signals coming in out of this cell though, friends, up to tennis ball sized hail. The best shear is riding along and just north of the Taylor and Adams County line. Looks like we got another vehicle in the ditch here on our stream, but no noticeable damage. Apologies, pulled up the wrong stream there. But look off in the distance. You see this, we like to call it beaver tail. Okay, so this is what's feeding the storm. And this is the thing that we see wall clouds and eventually tornadoes come from. So we're watching it for you. 2 supercells. We are going to pull one up into the Des Moines Metro if it continues to hold out of Adair County. You see both of these supercells here. Let's check in on the warnings and see what we have going on. Severe thunderstorm warning. Excuse me while I cycle this back through real quick to take the tornado watch out of it. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings with this supercell and 1 tornado warning down into Adams and Taylor County. That's where the biggest threat is. Hail is the threat up into Adair County. Area of rotation is going to come up on screen for you in there. That is going to be the area we're watching. This warning is in place until 10 p.m. Hail size, this is warned for, is up to 1 inch in diameter and 60 mile per hour winds. This storm is moving to the east at about now 40 miles per hour. That's being suggested. So 40 miles in the last hour. We're saying this one is moving at. So let's go ahead and measure and just see if that's appropriate or we need to make some adjustments on how this one is moving. It's moving a little slower. I'm going to put it at about 30 miles per hour, I'd say. We'll go ahead and put a track on this one, particularly the hail that's associated with it. Moving to the east. Okay, Greenfield, this is coming in. We've been telling you 9:45 or so. This one is coming in, and it looks like we're still on track for that. The circulation, and we have the rotation that is, the hail core that is just north of town. And we're starting to sample some new communities now. Arbor Hill towards 10 o'clock. Stanzel, you've been mentioned before, 10:06. But we get to Pitzer at 10:13. If this one holds, we get Winterset as well, and that would be in line with more of the circulation that has formed with this one. Getting down along the Adams and Taylor County line. Let's check in on the latest rotation that's coming in. The pink denoting a considerable threat of damage associated with this. It is a little broad at the moment, but it is strong. This is a very strong signal, 4 or 5 miles at least from peak to peak. But we are looking at a smaller shearing effect happening over just a couple of miles there in southwestern Adams County. So this is the area just between Ivyville and Nottoway. You need to continue to be in your safe place. Brooks and Holt as well. A slight northward component to how this one has been moving in the last hour. Typically, that left hand movement does typically suggest that this one is trying to cycle back in, become rain wrapped into the cell overall. But we're still finding that area, that classic hook echo. It is persisting. A little bit of a donut hole in there. This is about the area we'd be watching. So while focus in on that area right at the tip of the arrow, and we'd be watching for those dark blues to pull into view on the debris detection that would confirm if there's a tornado on the ground or not for us. But this is definitely at a distance. I do see one. It's curious placement. I don't think it's quite it. I think we're pulling in debris and dust into that southernmost area associated with it. So that's associated with the wind feeding it up into the thunderstorm. Of course, we have the chaser stream there on the topmost. We have that radar that's always continually looping with the latest with the watches and the warnings just above my head here. And I am tracking the main radar for you and kind of coordinating this effort from the new Local 5 Weather Center. The streaming center is what we have going on. So I have multiple sources here surrounding me that I can keep track on the latest situation for you. I wanted an information now type of a setup for you so you can get that latest information for you. Tornado warning continues until 10 o'clock. And I believe, based on the circulation I'm seeing, even at 10 o'clock, we'll likely see this one reissued based on just how strong this circulation is. So if we sample these strongest winds here, and they are strong, that's 92 miles per hour, contrasted with the brightest of the red at 36. Absolute velocities here, we're talking 40 plus 90, 130 miles per hour rotational over about 4 or 5 miles. That is one very strong cell. It has some big hail too. We're warning this one for, I'd say, up to baseball-sized hail, likely over Corning right now with that hail threat. I'll go ahead and pull that up and just give you a sense on where that core is going to be. It's strengthened significantly too in the last few scans. That hail core blossoming up, and all you need is that downdraft to carry it back down, or that hail gets so big that updraft just can't sustain it anymore. So we are watching this southern cell. It is clearly the strongest of the two. There is also some hail noted here up into the north side of Greenfield. But that hail is much, much smaller at this juncture. The threat markers here I'm going to pull up just to see the latest on those parameters associated with each of these cells. I'll go ahead and sample them for you. But this one, the tornado warning through 9:45 now. They've updated the time on that. But the hail impact is up to 6.7 out of 10. That max hail size, take a look at that. And this is radar estimate. That is just short of softball size. So that hail core would be right over Corning at the moment. And so to my cohorts in the newsroom and in the back for me running the show and the production, just pass along, watch the various streams, email, and also coming in as well on social media, Haymarket, things of the like, just for any possible pictures and video of some hail that may come in. I don't want you to go out and try to take a look at this, friends. This is a nasty, nasty storm there into Adams and Taylor County. Very nasty at the moment. So as we look at that northern cell, maximum hail size up to 2.1 inches. I think that might be a little bit overdone based on what I'm seeing on the radar, both on screen here with you and my secondary radar that is just off screen. It's suggesting something closer to 1 inch. And we're looking baseball-sized hail over Corning, I'd say at this juncture, just being pelted with the hail right along U.S. Highway 34. Okay, and Iowa Highway 148. So right at Corning. Stay away from windows, my friends. This hail can be extremely nasty. Breaking out those winds, stripping siding, that's what can happen, and it is a significant core at this juncture. Let's see if there's any weather stations in the vicinity, and we'll see if it pulls up anything significant in here. So purposely, the communities are rather small on this. I did that for my benefit so I can see the numbers pop out a little bit more and not cover up the data. Rolling things back a dare to 38 with this cell. Red Oak didn't register any significant wind, though back towards Shenandoah, the cell had a wind gust of 40 miles per hour. Just watching some of those streams coming in, this has had some strong winds associated with it. Our chaser out in the field, and the stream is down right now, Freddie, with Severe Studios, he's been intertwined in some of the significant wind that's associated with the wind rushing out of the thunderstorm. So while we're not necessarily registering them on any of our sites right now showing up on screen, there is some potential up to 60 mile per hour winds. It's not the best wind setup we have for today, but definitely is on hail. And I was concerned with this as well, with the tornado threat. So now you see we're back on that chaser feed, and there's some heavy rain and some wind. It's very difficult to see through the murkiness that is in there. Okay, 1 second here while I reposition some of my streams. Getting told from the back that we may have a better view on things. Let's go ahead and just keep it the way it is, I would say, as far as who we're following on our stream at the moment. I'm not seeing anything better, but yeah, certainly you see all that heavy rain that's popped into view with that strong wind. He's on that southern storm. That's what we're tracking. So he is in the wrapped part of it. Let's check in on the velocity signals. Still some strong shear just to the south of Corning, right along Iowa Highway 148, passing over it right now. We'll get a update to this signal here very shortly. Holt, safe place. Mercer, Corning, safe place. Stringtown along Highway 34, and Lennox included on that. We're looking north of Holt, up Highway 148, of where the best rotation is going to be. It's going to be in this general vicinity, but looking at gate to gate right here. And I can sample that for you, see what the gate-to-gate wind is. So that's 70 miles per hour gate-to-gate. So a gate is one of those squares that's popped up on screen, whether it's green or red or blue. It's one of those squares. And when they are right next to each other, we call that gate-to-gate. And so that's where we're seeing a 70 mile per hour rotation right over Highway 148 now as that passes through. So notice when I'm showing you here, this gate-to-gate shear is not quite as pronounced. The data moved on me 1 second. It's not as pronounced because it's not rotating there, but it is strong. It's 60 miles per hour. So along the periphery, we're seeing 60 miles per hour, and then contrasting that with 45. So we're looking at a rotation here as a whole. Here's the rotation of 110 miles per hour as it goes around. Reports have been very quiet with this, but it's such a strong signal, it could drop anything really quickly. It's been significant. So we're at 952 right now. We're carrying a tornado warning in place until 10 o'clock for this area, the strong area of rotation there in southern Page County. Southern Adams County, and just outside of Page County. This cell, northern supercell, does have a couple of areas of broad rotation, but I believe that's going to be up into the heart of the cell. It's actually not, but it is fairly weak at this juncture. The rotation passing over Greenfield right now, just to the northeast of town. I have no reason to be indicating that anything actually happened there over town. The rotation is pretty weak at this point associated with it. And And there's two areas watching in here. I believe this is the heart of the cell, the meso, up into here as well. So kind of two areas of some weak rotation coming around. The strongest is down here, just north of Holt, places towards Mercer at the moment. I'm going to swap out our chaser feed. It's not showing much. We're getting closer to the top of the hour. We'll hold it here on our West Des Moines Skycam as we look out towards those cells that are moving through. That's the way it looks right now. If you're looking into the metro, that northern supercell, while it's not quite as potent, it has had a history of tornadoes. It's not the best positioning, but it does have a free and obstructed view to some open air down below. It still has some feed into it. We have a southeasterly wind through here, so it does have a way to feed things and sustain that supercell. Tornado warning till 10 o'clock. A lot of good lightning coming into the metro, and we've seen that on our chaser feeds coming through with this activity. There's been a lot of very, very good lightning with this and a history of several tornadoes. Right now, hail core riding right along US 34 at the moment. And the radar is estimating this to be up close to 1.5 inches in diameter. So we've lost a little bit as this one has punched through. As we get ready, towards 10 o'clock, if we continue with a tornado warning, we will stick with the weather coverage, okay, for those in the back. But if we drop out of, we'll drop into interspersed news with it, and I'll be keeping a track on things. But the way how strong the velocity signal has been, and with our shear tracks, I just don't see the scenario of that happening. East of Gravity, it looks like a possible funnel. You can't quite see the if it's making contact to the ground or not. So we have certainly seen this try to take shape. So a possible funnel there towards Gravity as we look north into the storm. Gravity is into Taylor County. There it is. So looking up towards Holt. So looking to the north into there, it appears to be there is still a possible funnel. No confirmation on that from the National Weather Service, but there's a gate-to-gate tightening with the velocity. So 133 miles per hour gate-to-gate, friends. That is significant. Right next to each other, we have the wind. Okay, and we'll have to do that full with you in the booth. We do have our own storm tracker out. Photographer Brandon Wynn is out in that, so we'd have to take that up full if we do take it. If you in the booth see something significant, let me know. But this is a significant rotation right now. South and west of Mercer, stay in your safe place. Southeast of Corning, stay in your safe place. This circulation is riding just to the south of Highway 34 by about 3.5 to 4 miles. That's where we're looking. That's where the strongest circulation is at the moment with this cell. Tornado warning continues through the top of the hour in this area over southern Adams County. I'm trying to get a look at the debris detection. I don't see anything obvious, but again, we're riding some 8,000-9,000 feet up in the air away from this system. Let's track what's going on up here in Adair County, just to the east of Greenfield. Call me crazy, but I do see a slight drop in CC, and I'll mark this for you. I'm not sold on it just yet. Let me analyze the radar here real quick. It matches up with the couplet. Let me see what the National Weather Service thinks about this. We'll see. we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning out for our southern edge down into now Union. An extreme northern portion of Ringgold County that would include places like Tingley up through Creston, Cromwell, Afton, Kent, and right up to the county line with Adair County. So this is going to be warned. Let's get a time out there for you. Until 10:45, we are observed with the threats. We are observed with the threats of hail up to $half size and the wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. So hail has been observed up to 1.5 inches in diameter. So that's getting, 1.25 inches. That's getting up to $half size. If you think about the size of a $half, that is the size of the hail that is punching through on there. Okay, so we're tracking this tornado warning till 10 o'clock. The tornado warning will be allowed to expire. We don't have any clear signal that we do have a tornado on the ground here, but there is still some very strong circulation. Let's go back to the velocity signal here. Booth, do we want to roll the open here at 10 o'clock? You just give me the time when we should do so, and I will get that done. There is a circulation over here in eastern Adair County. I've been watching that. There is a slight lowering in there. I'm concerned, my friends. It's not the strongest velocity signal we've ever seen. But right here into eastern Adair County, there is a little bit of rotation. Let me inquire. There is that little bit of rotation, so heads up there as this supercell comes out of Adair County and gets into Madison County. There is some rotation there. It's in the correct positioning right on the end of that hook. Right on the end of that hook along Highway 92, and there we have the reissuance of the warning that will get us into the southwestern edge of the metro. This warning here is in effect until 10:45. This cell is moving to the east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour, and we're watching for the wind and hail component along with it. There is some rotation along with this one as well. So right along east of Greenfield along Highway 92, this would be it. South of Arbor Hill, right at the very bottom of your screen. This rotation, the green is heading to the north and east, and the red is drifting to the south and west. It does look just a touch weaker there. We'll contrast with the CC. There is a bit of slight lowering, but we're not slowing on it with a tornado warning thus far. We are now entering Local 5 News here at 10 o'clock. This tornado warning has expired. We continue with severe thunderstorm warnings for Union, Ringgold, Adams down into Taylor County, and of course we get into Madison County as well, and southern Dallas County with these two supercells. For the booth, let's go ahead and get primed for our 10 o'clock newscast. We'll dump it to the top of the show and we'll proceed as normal. I'll keep you updated here in the Weather Center. Two supercells here pushing their way eastward at about 25 miles per hour. All right, let's go ahead and roll the top of the show.
All right, thank you for sticking with us for Local 5 News at 10. Chris is in the Weather Center. He's keeping an eye on that weather. We are going to get back to him in just a moment, but first we want to get to some other news for you tonight. Classes at Simpson College are canceled tomorrow as the campus community mourns the death of President and alumnus
So watch this right here. I think this is collapsing. It's kind of ticking up the winds a little bit. Well, little cell, some outflow there. Interesting. This is interesting. Don't forget, you can ask me a question. Just hop over to the Chris Kubal meteorologist page on that stream. I have that one up. If you want to ask me any questions about what's going on, I'll try to get those answered for you. Yeah, certainly an uptick of wind, though, in North Metro. Some gusty wind to 45 there. The southern cell is warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind and ping-pong ball-sized hail. Crazy. Okay, so as this cell moved through the Norwalk and Des Moines International area, gosh, I just don't think we got anything significant there. 1 second. I'm going to see if I can pull up the wind gusts that are current from the airport sites. Yeah, we got nothing. Ankeny Regional to 50. That's it. Des Moines International didn't have a significant gust. Okay. So they didn't. The southern supercell is the strongest. Give me a second while the radar pops back on here. Southern supercell is the strongest. Keep tabs up here. The new warnings, they pop out, okay, in the box immediately above me. That camera didn't move, did it? I'll see what I can do here. Okay, give me a second. Okay, come on now. Let's get a move on. We'll see if it moves now. If it doesn't, we just may have to take it down for the time being. Our downtown cam, I just can't get to punch through in the system here. So only way I can show that is if I pull it up on screen here. I can do that in the big box, but I can't do it in the small boxes. So we'll just go ahead and do that right now. We'll just get a look. Get a look. If anyone's watching from southern Iowa, gosh, let me know if you get some hail. That's been a nasty, nasty cell down there to the south. Oh, that camera's looking northeast. I don't want that. I want southeast. This camera's more responsive. Give me 1 second here. And I want a southeast wide. We'll call it. And there goes the Des Moines cam. Hey, look, West Cam is now moving too, so that's cool. Double-barreled view here. From West Des Moines looking off to the south and east, or from downtown Des Moines looking south and east, and from West Des Moines looking south and east. It is a vivid, vivid lightning show out there. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here right now in my town. Here right now, Carrie, where are you? You just let me know, and I'm assuming you're south. There's a whole massive activity up into Minnesota too. They've had some decently heavy rainfall up there in the last few hours. Not like widespread, but certainly there have been some pockets. That is for sure. Yeah, the original supercell here, that's passing like the Cumming area down through Martinsdale. It has a warning now. That's a new warning. But it's weakened significantly. This is going to be for hail with this new warning. New severe thunderstorm warning, Warren. Oh, that's different. Where is it? Was this one already in effect? I am off my rocker. No, there it is. It is brand new. It is for 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch hail. System is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. 35. Oh. Well, evidently. You see that? That's my back deck. There was pillows on the chairs. Well, and my grill cover looks to be gone too. Must have had a decent wind at home. Thanks, hon, if you're watching. Love you. All right. Severe thunderstorm warning until 11:15, and then 11:30. Two cells kind of running out in front of each other now. I would no longer call them supercellular at the moment. Oh man, that is just does not have any significant rotation left in it now at all. It does have a little bit of a weak downdrafty signal. So what I'm looking at here is the red goes away and the green goes towards. So, you know, you're looking at this kind of splitting motion. And so it gets downdrafty under there. And sometimes you can rush that stronger wind from above down to the surface, and that corresponds with the heaviest rainfall. That's the concern there. Okay. I think there's a bigger hail core over Runnels, and then this would be, just northwest of Prohl, south of Cumming, another one in there. So let's check it out. Let's see what the hail says. It's been notorious for undercutting it, though, on us tonight. So I'm not going to measure it. Let's do the threat markers. They seem to do a little bit better in that department. I don't have threat markers, evidently. Come on. Nope. Don't have them. This one does. This is the most robust cell, so let's talk a little bit about it. Max hail size, 2.5 inches possible there. Wind impact to 1.8 out of 10. Hail impact 6.7 out of 10. 1.4 for the tornado impact out of 10. But again, I think we are elevating, so the tornado threat is largely gone at this point. There's still some little bit of rotation in here, but it was definitely ripping over southern Union County. Just west of Murray. Again, I think the storms are elevating, so this isn't as big of a concern any longer with us. Tornado watch for south central Iowa lasts until midnight. You know, these two storms, and it was picked up on the trend rather nicely in the later runs of the HRRR, kind of a southern trend to it. I really didn't see that happening. I thought we'd see more scattered activity between these two masses from northern Iowa into southern Minnesota. We'd see some more scattered activity through here, through Ames and along Highway 20. You know, a couple of cells, not necessarily it'd be one congealed along the line, but we would see kind of a few more cells in there and not necessarily south. And if you remember last night, and even into my early shows today, I said the southernmost cells are going to be the biggest contenders here when it comes to severe weather. And the southernmost one, man, it's been a night with it. It's persisted all the way since Lincoln, Nebraska, folks, and beyond. Look at that. That was towards the Grand Island area when this one got going. Grand Island to now Osceola, Iowa. There was a point to where the northern supercell was the stronger of the two. And then right after the northern one hit Omaha, the southern one took off. And we had a classic tornado reported near Essex. And I do fear that Essex actually took a direct hit. That was a tornado emergency. Why don't I check in here real quick and see see if anyone has it. So Essex is out of our area, and it's hard. Geez, there's just some massive hail. Softball-sized hail in Underwood. Massive. Absolutely massive. My goodness. I'm just sifting through reports here real quick, friends. Give me a second. Yeah. Huge hail. Huge and just massive. So, still loading. I'm trying to find the appropriate time, but it was starting to get dark by the time that moved in. Tornado emergency for Essex. Purely off radar tornado may have passed just north of Essex, but the debris signature has popped back a bit. Do you know when it'll be passed? I'm just reading basically this transcript banter between National Weather Service and media partners and emergency management. No injuries at this time. Fire department is checking home by home in Essex. Well, west of Essex, excuse me. Loose cattle. Nearly every road is blocked due to debris, down poles, wires. We have several barns, outbuildings, grain bins destroyed. More trees and poles are down from what I can see on the roads, and sheet metal and wood construction materials scattered across the area. Utility worker echoed the resident I spoke with earlier, saying at least one residence lost a roof. Also saw a home with broken windows, heading out of the area now. So that's the National Weather Service. That would be in Fremont County. So that's just before it arrived into Essex. So one of these reports, I'm not quite exactly sure which one it is. But yeah. Boy, these two cells, by golly, they're surprising me. There's some hail signatures in there. Yeah, so Carrie, Monroe and Jasper County, let me know if you see any hail. It is a long night, but yeah, indeed. You have some hail there as you move just north of Red Rock, and it is most definitely been loud on the south side, Dorothy. It certainly has been. Appreciate everyone joining me here on the broadcast. We have some 1-inch hail reports coming in out of Afton and just south of Afton. I believe we had radar estimating amounts up like 2.5 or close to 3. So we'll see if that grows any larger with time. Let me get back to my National Weather Service chat with Des Moines. 1-inch hail report 7 miles south of Lorimore. Okay, so that'd be with this circulation right here. I'd say we're looking at 1-inch hail at this juncture. I really do think so. I don't have anything jumping off the screen too much. I have a hail indicator off screen here on my other PC showing just a bit above an inch. The one just north of Red Rock is the highest at 1.75 inches, but keep in mind this is, algorithm that's showing this. Yeah, I need a drink of water. Still cold. All right. Vivid lightning show, isn't it? Okay, so let's track these cells, where they're going. And I think the hail core associated with this one is back kind of closer to Murray, moving east at about 30 miles per hour, 30 to 35. All right, Carrie, stay safe. Stay away from those windows after the fact. If you happen to see what size it is, let me know, and I'll let you know. Just give me a mileage estimate to your closest town and which direction it is from you, and that'll really help. So that hail will be in Murray here any minute. Osceola, 1121. Woodburn by 1138, just south of Highway 34. Last Chance in Lucas County. I grew up in Lucas County. I've never heard of that. We'll be in Lucas by 11:52. Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate that. Report of lots of lightning and getting some hail now. So Carrie evidently is up in here. So we do have some hail. And we can see that little bullseye that's in there. Let's check out that hail. Yep, there's that little bullseye. There it is, just west of Monroe. So if this continues to hold, it's moving to the east at about 35. We'll call it 30. You could adjust these times perhaps just a little bit earlier. But, this is what we're looking at. Monroe, near you, 1110, just off Highway 163. Otley at 1117, Sully, 1136, Linville at 1142, and New Sharon should hold way out towards 1155. 3 warnings right now. We have seen things extend into Lucas County. Cody, you still with me? Alrighty. Why don't we do a brief update here? Just start on the Weather Center shot, and we'll come back here to sitting. Is that easily achieved? All right, let's do it quick. This won't be long, just a minute, just to update the folks here. We're into Jimmy Kimmel. We'll get them back. They won't miss too much. In fact, we're actually in commercial right now. I just got to be quiet, folks, while we pull the on-air audience on. Yeah, let's go. Hi there, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal. I'll keep this quick for you. We're tracking still a couple of strong to severe thunderstorms over the southern portion of the state, South Metro, and then down to about the Highway 34 corridor. Let's go to the radar picture. You can see the warnings in question. Joining you just because newly issued warning here in the southern part of the state along Highway 34. This warning newly issued for eastern Clark County and western Lucas County. The one out to the west lasts until 11:30. We are watching for some potentially large hail with this system. A history of 1-inch diameter hail and a few places to 1.5 inches with estimates. That new warning lasts until 11:45. We're also tracking an area just to the north of Lake Red Rock. Severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30 with this system as well. Potential hail there up to 1 inch in diameter. We'll track that one moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. This will be near Monroe by 11:08. Sully by 11:36. Should it hold New Sharon by 11:55. The heart of the cell approaching I-35 near Osceola, also moving to the east on the southernmost storm. Would get to Woodburn by 11:26, Lucas 11:41, 11:51 in Whitebreast, and 11:57 in Sheraton if it continues to hold. I do believe our tornado threat is done here for the night, and we are going to be looking at these storms continue to elevate as we continue on through the overnight. So hail will remain the biggest troublemaker from here on out. I'll be here in the Weather Center and streaming online. If you want to continue with our coverage, you can join us at weareiowa.com, We're Iowa Plus, our streaming app, and as well our mobile app. You can catch us on there. We'll go back to that and get you back to Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, friends, back with you after that. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Carrie. I appreciate that. Stay safe. Stay safe out there. So a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings are in place at the moment. Let's see. Oh, I had forgot I set it up this way. All right, let's check it out. Let's see if I can do it. Well, that's not the color I had selected. That's just silly. Blue. I'm confused, folks. All right, well, I'll have to go back and dive through some of that going forward. Just thinking out loud, my friends. These two storms kind of hitting the low end threshold of the severe thunderstorms at this point. Now the warning for western Clark County officially is for 1.5-inch diameter hail and also 70-mile-per-hour winds. But the new warning out for Lucas, Warren, and Clark is not. That's for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So a little bit different here. Two key areas to watch. Up on this northern side near Monroe and then north of Indianola, I do believe there's some hail tucked away in there, up to 1 inch in diameter. And then a little bit more down there towards Osceola. So we'll continue doing this for a little while longer. Just chatting with you, babysitting the radar essentially. If you want to ask any questions, feel free. Yeah, some of the hail back west, just crazy. I ain't even kidding you. It's softball size hail. Kid you not, palm of your hand. They put a quarter next to it. It looked tiny. Okay, so 3 areas with hail. There could be some gusty wind in there too, but with the way we're stabilizing, I don't really think that's going to be a significant threat. We're losing our circulations too. It's fine by me. It's called a night. So these 2 cells are going to continue to push their way eastward as we go on. More up into northern Iowa and Minnesota. Still the healthiest amount of lightning. 178. We were ticking 600, 800 earlier, so we are starting to see the intensity come down. Should we check the ecotops? Ecotops are starting to come down a bit too. They were pegging close to 50, 55,000 feet earlier. They're not near as potent. They're hitting 45. That's what I bet this one shows, 48. This one down into Osceola does look a little bit better. It's been a long night, friends. I love it. This is my dream, but it can be taxing, especially when you're riding solo. Hey, on that front, we do have a new meteorologist hired. We will be seeing that position filled in early June. Just takes a little bit of time, but that's okay. For the right person, that's good. All right, friends, I have some housekeeping stuff to do here behind the scenes. So, I am going to get this back just to our standard looping. Hey, before I go, Ryan asked me a question. Do you think it'll slide north of Sheridan? I kind of on the fence, but I'm not sold that you'll be seeing, the giant hail or anything like that, Ryan. This southern cell has lost some oomph in the last half hour or so. It might move to the north side. I'd say you're definitely not in prime position to see it. But watch it. Probably 1-inch diameter hail. Central and north side. Carrier's son has to go to Reynolds to Monroe for his late night shift. Hope he stays safe. Yeah, me too. If he can, just have him wait a half hour, and that will be better off. Get these storms a chance to move out of there. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings carrying on through the next 30 minutes or so. All right, friends, I'm going to get you back to the standard loop we have, as I have some stuff to do behind the scenes to wrap up my shift and pass along to the morning birds that will come around. Thank you so much for joining me. I know we've had several people come and go as we've gone through the evening. I really hope you've liked this new style that we've kind of gone to with our severe weather coverage. It just gives me the best opportunity to have information at my fingertips, and actually I think it makes me slow down a little bit too. So I like it. I like the way things have gone with this tonight, and I really hope you have enjoyed it as well. Tell your friends. We're kind of shaking up the bag here a little bit when it comes to on-air severe weather coverage. I think this is it. So I appreciate you joining me here tonight. We'll keep the stream going if you want to check in on the radar picture. I'm going to freshen things up here a little bit, but do know that our window for severe weather will be closing in the next 90 minutes or so. I'd say by 1 o'clock. We're largely going to be done here. All right, I'll get a few things prepped for you. For the time being, let me get you over to this Max. I'll get the radar looping on it for you, so you can still watch something in the time being while I get all the scenes refreshed. It's been a pleasure tonight, folks. Stay healthy, stay safe. We'll catch you next time. Take care.